or meat chunks. So once they smell it, they are already motivated to do whatever you are going to tell them. Then you now practice telling them, you use your hand, push them down on their bottom, sit. If she stands up, don't react to her, ignore her till she goes back to that position. If she goes back to that position, even if it's for 1 second, you will give her a treat. This reinforces the behavior that what I'm doing is acceptable to my owner, and I will get rewarded if I continue this behavior. So now, once your dog learns the sit command, the next step is the stay command. And another tip I will advise you using is using visible hand signals. So this means that if you are teaching your dog sit, for example, you could do like this. So once she sees that signal, even if you speak it and she doesn't hear, but once she sees you doing that hand signal, she's going to do that command that you have reinforced in her. So once you do the signal and she sits, or you tell her the command and she sits, reward her immediately. Especially if you use your puppies, and it's best to train your puppies than training older dogs. Older dogs don't learn old tricks. It's very hard for them because they are not used to that routine, and they've not been taught by their previous owners if they had any. So now after you've done say this for like the sit command, you can now do this for the stay command. Bully, stay. Bingo, stay. Then you have your dog. The dog should have stayed. This cocoa. So once the dog now has stayed, then you can now calm that dog energy down. Maybe the dog was very excited before. Maybe the dog was very rambunctious before. But once she sees you give that command, that stay or sit, the dog energy level will calm down because you have given it a command that forces it to stay still. And this works, for example, if your dog is chasing people, and you notice that you cannot talk, you cannot signal to the dog. You start repeating the command, stay, 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 till that dog actively listens to you. And like all things, repetition works best for our pets because they are intelligent animals. Now, handling waste management. For many pet owners, waste management is a big issue that makes them either responsible or irresponsible pet owners. There was a day I was walking my dog from our own bus stop to another bus stop that was close to us. So as I was going, normally I usually have a nylon in my bag or nylons in my bag or around in my pocket because I know those dogs are prone to defecating after you've taken them for a stroll because their movement, their bowel movement is very smooth. So at the end of the day, they would need to go when you're taking them. When we were going, she stopped in front of a woman's shop, and this woman is a Igbo woman. She's older than my mom self. And this dog defecated in front of her shop. Now, coming from the case study that this is Nigeria that we live in, most people are very superstitious. So once that dog did that, the way she was reacting was very hostile. So I immediately took out my nylon and I packed my dog waste. Most people would have stayed and argued with that lady. That's because you don't know, for you as a responsible pet owner, you should be responsible for your dog waste. Now your dog cannot just go and defecate anywhere. It's not safe for your dog and other dogs. Because most people, once their dog defecate on the wayside and they don't pack it, and that dog that did the defecation has been infected, and your own dog comes and smells that poop, your dog will get infected with whatever has been happening to that dog. Especially if your dog is not vaccinated, you're just setting yourself up for premium tears. So now, as a responsible pet owner, our waste management for our pets is our responsibility. That means in your neighborhood, whenever you are taking your pets for walks, you should be conscious that their waste is your responsibility. Now, how do responsible pet owners choose the right pets for them? Most people, because of a TikTok video that went viral or a family's visit that they went for and they saw their dog, they really love that breed. But they don't understand the complexities of having that dog breed. Most people are low energy individuals who go for high energy dogs. This means that if you are going for a high energy dog, you are subjecting yourself that you are a low energy person to intense disappointment and pain, because that high energy dog, it needs exercise and mental stimulation. If you keep that high energy dog in your apartment, it's going to wreck your property because it's going to look for other ways to stimulate its mind and to find its exercise. So now, some practical tips I will give you when choosing your dog is that, what is your lifestyle? Are you somebody that goes to work and come back late? obviously you will not have a pet that it needs to be indoor all the time. That means you need to plan for emergency situation. If you are not at home, who can get that dog? Who can take the dog out? Who can take the dog to go and go potty? If you don't have all this in place, I would not advise for you to go for a large any even pet, any pet sef, even a cat. Don't go for any pet, just be by yourself and be calling the blood of Jesus. It's not needed. However, if you are someone that has compound now and you know that you are ready, I said earlier that having a pet is a lifelong commitment. What this means is that having a pet is a lifelong commitment. What this means is that you are submitting yourself to be responsible for that animal till its death or end thereof. This means that when you are trying to choose your own pet that is appropriate for you, do you like big dogs? If you like big dogs, are you equipped to handle that big dog? Are you equipped to teach that big dog? Are you equipped for that dog to be a good pet, both, and I say, for you and the society? Now, some people, because of the viral TikTok video they saw, they will go and buy a babu. Babu are very big dog. They are very aggressive. They are very strong. Even a grown man, if babu drag that man, he will fall down if he's not standing well. So this means that babu is not going to be a good fit for someone that is a petite, slim girl. You that you are not very strong, that you cannot handle that dog, you're not going to buy the dog. Now, apart from the physical side, the dog has other needs. It needs mental stimulation. Some people don't know how to play with their dog. The type of play they play with their dog, if somebody else tries that play with their dog, the dog will injure that person. Because why? They not taught that dog appropriate behavior. So if you are not ready to be able to take care of that dog's emotional, physical well-being, don't get a pet. Don't get a pet. Be an admirer of other people's pets online. It's not much to buy a dog. Now, another way of choosing the right pet for you still boils down to our lifestyle. One of the ways I found for me to get my pet was because when I was growing up, I was used to an environment that we had dogs. We always had dogs in our own environment. My parents are both canine enthusiasts. This means that both my dad likes dogs, my mom too likes dogs. So when they got married, they also had dogs in the compounds. However, when we were growing up, some of these dogs were later sold off and some of them died. However, because of the foundation that my parents were canine enthusiasts, I already had that love for my canine pets. So when I started growing up, one of my friends was looking to, he had Lhasa Apsos. So he was looking for a home for one of them, but he still wanted ownership of the dog. So he was looking for someone that would take care of the dog will be staying with you. But at the end of the day, the decisions that comes to the dog will be made by him. And I was like, okay, my roommate is very accommodating. I was like, I really like this dog, but I want to take it from him. She was like, okay, will I be responsible for it? I said, no wahala. This was because I already had a prior foundational learning of what a canine pet needs. I already knew what I needed to do to take care of its lifestyle correctly. So when I had the pet, and this pet is a small, Lhasa Apsos are no more than this. Even at grown age, at 2 years old, they will remain like this. At 6 years old, they will still remain very small, and they will still give birth and all. So, and again, we were students, we were staying in a self-con. But that self-con was not like it was not as big as this. But because that dog was very small, we can still accommodate that dog need. And our school hostel had a compound. So this means that my dog could still socially relate with other people, socially play with other people, socially play with other pets, and it still had a good environment for itself. So now, another tip is that research. Don't just follow online viral trends. Research, what does this dog need? What are the kind of care this dog requires? What are the things I need to do for this dog to be adequately cared for? Don't just be an irresponsible pet owner. Now, let's understand breeds. I mentioned several times as I started, I've mentioned Eskimos, I've mentioned Boagos, I've mentioned Lhasa Apso, I've mentioned Golden Retrievers, I've mentioned Rottweilers and German Shepherds. Now, all these dogs they are all dogs, but they have different breeds of dog. And the needs of different breeds varies across their different type of breeds. A German Shepherd needs is not an Eskimo needs. And I saw something recently that most dog breeders started selling husky in Nigeria. For most of us that don't know, March is the hottest month in Nigeria. Is the hottest month in Nigeria. That means those people that are going to get a husky that is better situated to colder climates, that has snow, and you bring that dog, once it's March, you know that dog is going to be overeating. The dog is going to have an heat stroke if you don't control the dog's temperature. That means the person that brought a husky to Nigeria did not understand the unique need of that dog. And some of them, you're trying to argue with them online, but it's only Jesus that can change their mind, sha. So now, what is your housing and the activity of that dog? Like I mentioned, the needs of different breeds varies from one breed to another. The activity level of breeds, they vary from one to another. Some dogs are very high energy. If you're somebody that if you just throw ball and you just play with your dog so you are tired, don't go and get a high energy dog. It will stress you. It will stress you that you regret getting a dog. And some people, once they get to that point that they are having regrets of getting dog, still need to look for a way to foster or give the dog to a shelter. That means that if you feel like that dog is more than your capabilities, you can give it to somebody that you know that this person is equipped to handle that dog's needs. He's not being selfish of you. He's actually being selfless of you, because that person understands the needs of your dog even better than you. Another thing you need to understand, like I mentioned, sheltering and fostering. For us in Nigeria, it's actually a bit of a problem because Nigeria's landscape, it doesn't really have a lot of foster care or shelter care. Shelters are places that dogs that are lost or recovered are taken to those places. Then once they are there, they will be waiting for foster homes. Foster homes or foster parents are people that will go to shelters that, oh, I actually have a bit of time on my hand and I feel like I can be financially responsible for a pet. I would like a pet. So they will now adopt a pet from the foster. In the foster, you can have different pets. You can have snakes, you can have birds, you can have cats, and you can have dogs. Now, in Nigeria is not equipped to properly handle the needs of sheltering and fostering. I don't know, maybe in the future, as more responsible pet owners grow, or as more dog canine enthusiasts come up, there will be a resolution to that conflict. Now, emergency planning. Emergency planning simply means that there are some times that it's inevitable you have to rush out of the house, but you have to be a responsible pet owner. That means when you are rushing out of the house at around 7 a.m. and your dog has been locked in since overnight in your cage, and you rush out at 7 a.m. Sometimes, due to the severity of that emergency, you might not remember your dog, that dog was at home. Eventually, when you not remember, you may not even have somebody to reach out to, that, oh, that dog has been in the cage, she has not done her business, she has not eaten, there's no water in her kennel. What should you do? You should plan for emergencies like this. So this could be a neighbor checking in on your dog when you're not around. And once the neighbor notices you're not around, the neighbor could change the water. Now, this is where social bonding and socialization comes in. If your dog has not been socialized, even if you send your neighbor to that kennel to go and change the dog water, and the neighbor is scared of your dog, will he change the water? It's not going to change because the dog has given it fear or trauma. That's why emergency planning is important. So I always make sure you have a standby plan in place. Now, child safety. To be a responsible pet owner is that you have to acknowledge the fact that there is a possibility that your dog could harm someone. And most times, it could be a child, because most canine pets, they have something called prey instincts. So this means any small thing that is moving very fast, it activates the prey mind of that your dog to chase that animal. This happens with chickens. My answer asks, if chickens are making noise or squawking outside, they would start making a lot of noise. If they see lizards scurrying in the backyard, you want to chase that lizard. Why? Is that prey instinct that is coming on. Now, children can activate this prey instinct in some breeds, especially large breeds. So now, as a responsible person, you need to be aware of this risk. So, for example, now, somebody is bringing their child over to your house, or maybe they are throwing a birthday party. There are a lot of small children running about. Obviously, your dog should be kept in a cage, or it should be chained, and it should be taken away from that environment. So that even if you see those children, it's not going to be actively aggressive or trying to jerk the chains or trying to come out of the cage. This is you being a responsible person, and because children are very precious, and if you don't go and harm anybody's child, the person not going to take it softly with you. So at this junction, I hope we've been able to learn about responsible pet ownership. I hope we've had a consciousness and a sensitization about responsible pet ownership. I remain Imiselo Aikine, and at this junction, I'd like to pass the mic to the next speaker.
All right, that's a wonderful speech. I know that so many of us would have experienced love one time or the other, would have truly come to understand what love means to us, what we understand by it. Maybe you've fallen in love. Like one of our speakers, she has something against lovers helping themselves. And probably I may understand her point. I'll be talking about my first heartbreak. And it wasn't by a woman, actually. If it was, that would have been better. But my first heartbreak was from my father. He looks just like me, had my name, my appearance, my blood in him as his blood was also in me, apparently. But it broke my heart. And how did he break my heart? He left, apparently. Life was snuffed out of him like it means nothing. Well, he shouldn't have promised me that he'll be back if he knew that he wasn't going to make it. We spent our lifetime together, and I bought him fish and bought him his favorite beer. It was a good time. It was an amazing time. I just wish he never promised me that he was going to come back. And then he traveled to Enugu. And we've been speaking over time on the phone, and it's been good, you know. At least I've been keeping in touch with my father until I got a call October 13th from my aunt. And her question was, Chi, when last did you speak with your father? And that question rattled me. When last did I speak with him? Like, we just spoke recently. I think he's fine, I think he's okay. But I knew something was amiss because she has never really called me to ask about my father. So that call broke something in me. And then she broke the news. October 15th is my birthday. So you can imagine that every year I celebrate when I was born, and at the same time I grieve the loss of my father. You can imagine how heavy that is in my heart and in my mind, how I try to contain this thought and how I try to make things work out seemingly. I do not understand why the price for love is pain, but I know certainly that you cannot circumvent pain. So, grief has been given to me like a gift. I hold on to it. It's more like telling me that, hey Samuel, love once lived here, and then there is a hole inside of me. And then people say that, oh, time will heal all wounds, but I'm sad to tell you that my grave has swallowed time itself, and my wound has taken everything. There's really nothing left for me to look up to or something for me to hold on to. At this point, I'm aware of what breaking means. I don't even take break myself. Maybe because somehow I'm a product of a broken home. Maybe somehow I understand what grief does to someone. How we leave someone shattered. How we leave someone broken. I left my exams to travel for my father's burial. A crucial point in my life, I had to say, okay, maybe this is just the way to honor him. Maybe this is just the way to tell him that I do love him, because obviously I never told him that whilst he was still alive. So I traveled to Enugu. And as the first son, you have to go to the morgue and see his body as his body is being palmed, and you have to look at it. And then I did. And then the funny thing is, I felt nothing inside of me as I saw him. There was just no emotions inside of me. I tried to contain myself. I tried to be the son that I am. Maybe I would really understand him better. But there was nothing. My sister came, she saw him, and she cried her eyes out. I wasn't even crying. I ensured that the burial went smoothly. And you know the funny thing with grief is, it doesn't even hit you yet. It strikes you later. I was even very concerned that my white doesn't get stained from Enugu's dust. This is someone who has just lost his father. How can I not comprehend grief? But grief was slowly hitting at me. It was slowly coming. I could not grasp the quantity of it, but it was in me. We got him buried. And my grandfather, he has a tradition where whenever anybody dies, they call him to put a traditional gun on the floor. It's a metal with a hole in it, and then they put a gunpowder inside of it. They heat it and they have to strike it. And this was done for my father. So I imagine that how would my grandfather has felt seeing his son being buried, and he's the one who is throwing tribute for him? Well, I followed the ceremony as usual. I didn't cry, apparently. And we had to kill a chicken for him, and it was all this whole ceremony of a thing. I felt literally nothing for my father until he was buried. And then the pain hit me. Because then I understood that my father left a springing root inside of me. How could I even understand what he meant? How could I even understand my mom or understand her pain? Apparently she has sold her tongue to my father, and my father has wielded it the same way he deemed fit. How could I even understand what my pains are when my heart has been littered like a broken glass? I can't even fix them properly without remembering him. Hurt leaves us somehow. It breaks us and leaves us to think, what can we do to fix this hole inside of us? Maybe some of us have just got to understand that some holes, we can't fix it. It's just going to be there. It's just going to leave us devastated, and we'll keep trying to make things count, probably try to have meaning to life itself. I really do hope that one day I can, because I resented him a long time. And part of me wished that I forgive him. Maybe I understand him better, get to know why he was the way he was, why he loved probably the way he loved. Maybe strength was his love language. Maybe I never understood him better. Probably I should have understood that broken crayon still color, and my father was trying to paint life the best way he could. Maybe he loved my mom the best way he could have ever loved her. But I was never satisfied with it, because I knew that deep down, my father should have loved my mom better. He should have been there. He should have showed me what love meant like. And now I am afraid of loving. I find love a very strange concept. Because how can I love when someone who taught me how to love showed love in a way that wasn't meant to be showed? So how do I project it? I say love as a very strange concept, and something in me has sank so deep that I find love very confusing. I find it an amusement, apparently. And I do hope that I don't leave pain as a legacy. I don't leave it as a tribute for my children to inherit and see their father as someone who never understood how to love their mother properly, because my father never did. But how can I even tell them that maybe he did that the best way he could? Maybe he tried to love her, but of course, he wasn't even loved properly himself. A man who had to teach himself how to read and write properly. A man who had to toggle through life the best way life could have offered it. A man who's before his very own eyes watched his business crumble, and he was forced to fend for his family. So how can I even be there for him apparently? Then how could I even encourage him to be the man that he's supposed to be when I watched everything fall before his very own eyes? Maybe sometimes understanding pain is being empathetic with it. And we cannot even fully grasp the concept of it, or how the void that it leaves us creates in us. I watched how time betrayed my father, and I was the one who paid the cost of it. We took a race to the bakery. And my father said first to come back will be the breadwinner, but he never made it back. He stumbled upon life and life was snapped out of him. I wish he still lived longer, so maybe we'll have a dialogue. And then maybe we'll talk further and I'll be able to love him more. Maybe I'll be able to hear his own side of the story. Because right now I'm just flipping the coin and choosing only to see the head and not the tail. I'm just trying to be there and maybe console my mom. Because she had lost the better part of herself and still at the same time, did that end her freedom? I do not know. I understood the gravity of the loss of my father when my sister asked my mom where is her father, and she can't say him that she missed him. How do I even explain to her that I know you miss him but he's not here anymore, and I do not want you to experience what I've experienced. I do not want you to feel what I've felt. I do not want her to allow a man lower his pants than his dreams and raise her leg higher than her standards to make her give birth to children's betting children. I do not want her to understand the detriment of a father who was never there but always there at the same time, a paradox of life itself. I do not want her to be saddled. But at the same time, how do I even tell her that I can only try to be here for you, but not even as a father. I can only be there for you as an elder brother. I can only be there for you as someone who just seniors you and maybe could guide you, but something is missing. How can I even provide that for her? And also for myself as well. I thought I understood the gravity of pain, so the pain hits me. I find that grief is a souvenir that is left with you. You try to dish it, but it never leaves out. It's like a bag of stones that you carry every time. It weighs on you. You feel it, you understand it, and sometimes you cannot even comprehend it, but it sticks inside of you. It leaves something and shatters your mind. I want to forgive him. At the same time, I want to forgive myself. Maybe I never saw his lenses properly. I never viewed the world the way he viewed it. And maybe if I had viewed the world closely as he had done, then probably I may have become a better man. I am not scared of love because I do not know how to love. I am scared of love because I do not know the man I will become when I do love. Maybe I will protect her, or maybe I'll shield her from her dream, because her realizing her dream will maybe put a threat to the man I am becoming. Maybe helping her become her own woman would remind me of what my father did to my mom. So love, to me, is a strange concept. My first heartbreak wasn't a woman breaking my heart. In fact, I want to love, I want to feel it, I want to understand what it means to have someone by your side. But at the same time, I do not want to be the one who drowns her dream, who makes her steal her voices, who breaks her wings and then tell her to fly, like there is something important to do. I do not want to be the one who deny her of her own destiny, because I'm afraid of what my focus could actually be. I want to be the one who would help her understand her dream, help her give birth to children who would understand truly their mother's strength and their father's focus. As I grow older, I understand the tapestry of life and how life itself fractions us, how it breaks us. But even in this tapestry, I understand that we're all interwoven. We may not be better than one another, but something remains significantly different. That you and I deserve love. You and I are supposed to understand these things. We're not supposed to deny ourselves of the most important thing in our life. We're not supposed to shield ourselves. We're not supposed to love violently. Maybe we should discuss better. Let the wound heal. How can you tell people that you love them when you've not even nursed your wound? I watched my father bleed on my mother, and even though she wasn't the one that wounded him, I watched how he was trying to be the man solely that he wanted to be, never spoke up. And the only last time we had a man-to-man conversation was when he asked me if I was a virgin. Sorry, I think he was more concerned about my my state of being than he was concerned about my mental health. Probably he was more concerned if I was religiously following the right of being a man than being concerned about treating my mom better. I also want to forgive my mom for how much stress she must have put in herself and how much loss she must have gone through, because I see it in her eyes every day. As much she tried to navigate it, of course a burden has been released, but yet something has left her. You cannot love someone for so long and then they leave and you do not feel a void inside of you. And this void is something I've been struggling every day to cover, to close, to find closure. But it seems like closure is too expensive to buy these days. It's a luxury I can no longer afford. Maybe if I put my heart to it, probably I will understand it better. As we draw nearer to our grave, we look like our decisions. But when we're given birth to, we look like our parents. I knew what my father was when he was drawing closer to his grave, but not how soon he was going to draw to it. I know I looked like him because I have his face, I have his blood, I have everything that pertains to him. But as I draw closer to my grave, I want to look like a better man. I want to have a better option. I want to be somebody who has given life all its short and ensured that everything is ticked. I want to be the one who do not shred my blood on a woman who has not caused me to bleed or who has not put wounds to me. I want to heal. I want to give love a chance, but not from a place of fear and not from a place of trying to say, oh, if maybe I could give her a life she deserves, but from a place of understanding that healing first comes from me, and healing is all I could do if I can open somebody to a world inside of me. He was my protector, no doubt. He was my shield. And when I go to the war front with him, I just wish that he never put me at the brute force of life itself. Now I understand reality. Now I understand what he was facing and understand that this was everything he could have been through. But in these things here, I just hope that you and I wake up to understand that there are certain things we can run away from. And even if we try running away from them, we should make ourselves better. We should make ourselves love more. I felt if my father had loved himself more, probably he would have been able to love his wife better. So sometimes loving ourselves is the best way we can help to love other people. It was my first heartbreak, it still hurts, and I don't know how long it will continue to hurt. But in my grief and my pain, I just hope that he's the man that he's going to be. And sometimes I pray that if heaven has a rose garden, probably God should just pluck one and give to him, because I never gave him his flowers here on earth. So he should have one in heaven. He should have peace, and he should find it. Indeed, this rest in peace that we say, I really do hope that my father is resting in peace. Because I'm trying every day to put my heart at ease and put it at peace itself. I'm trying every day to tell my siblings what they mean to me and help them understand that the absence of a father doesn't mean the absence of a life itself. Though there's a void, but it can be filled. Though there is then an abyss that we stare into, and then this same abyss stare into us. But nonetheless, we're capable of it. We're capable of love. We're capable of doing an amazing thing, and I've seen it happen. Because I'm an exemption doesn't mean that there's no better man out there. I've seen true things happen, and this gives me hope and makes me so happy that I can be different, because it exists. The true essence of life, the true essence of loving and finding love beyond colors, beyond everything that we could literally stand upon. It gives me hope, and I am looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to finding love, being better. I'm looking forward to seeing people around me find the exact love and being better. I'm looking forward for men being truly men and not men who exude pain. I'm looking forward to women who loves and not women who absorb pain because they've been told to do so. This has been my reality for so long. I watched my father moved out in pieces, left my heart shattered in pieces as well. Cause something is broken doesn't mean it can't be fixed. I would glue it with a golden glue as well, so anytime I say it, I could see my heart glister. I could see it shine, and it would be a reminder that I've been through battles and then they scar me, but that's what makes me a warrior. I'd rather be a warrior in a garden than being a gardener in the war front. This is a reality I've decided to shape, and I hope that as you hear my story, you do not hear it out of pity, but you hear it out of strength, and you choose to be better for yourself, and you choose to be better for your partner. I am not saying you should be sorry for me. I am not telling you my story as a story time or fiction or a figment of my imagination. I'm not telling you my story to stall your time or maybe have something very important to say. I'm telling you my story because this is my journey to closure. This is my journey to healing. And I do not care how long it takes me to heal until I'm able to give another person the chance to be better, the chance to feel truly the essence of what a man is. I would not stop fighting, and I'll keep my father's memory alive because it gives me something to hope for and something to be better for. And I hope you become a better person, and I do hope to see you on the brighter side of life itself. Alright, so I would put a halt to my speech, and I'll be passing this mic to the wonderful speaker. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Now, if I may ask you, what comes to mind when you hear the word agriculture? What's the first thought that crosses your mind at the mention of a simple word, yet an important one in the life and aspects of mankind? A word that sustained mankind from beginning even up to now, and even promises to sustain mankind for generations to come. I'm talking about agriculture. Concerning our basic knowledge of what agriculture is, for many of us, we've all heard and known what agriculture is right from primary school. For some people, agriculture or farming was a part of their childhood, was a part of their growth, was how they grew up, was what they knew to be. And according to our childhood knowledge, according to our primary knowledge of what agriculture is, agriculture simply is a system that involves rearing of animals and planting of crops. This is a very important definition that contains all of human sustainability and insurance. And yet, we would see that at the mention of the word agriculture, what comes to mind is stress, village life, dirt, or even probably a job relegated to someone who doesn't have a better future, or someone who had said to just take a seat back and just allow things to be in his life. But the truth is, agriculture is more than that. Agriculture is beyond what we just put or imagine as something that just appears on our shelves or just appears in food right in our table. Now, if I may ask you, have you ever thought of the importance or even what you could get from being in the agriculture system, from being in the system that feeds mankind? I'm talking about asking you, have you ever imagined what it entails to put yourself right into the system that would earn you millions of naira? Because the truth is, there are many people who are earning through agriculture. Now, Nigeria's population is estimated to be over 200 million people. And if I may ask, there is this popular slang, food is big. Everyone needs food to survive. You would barely see a normal human function properly without eating food for 24 hours. Yes, you may decide to stretch it, but the truth is our body needs food. our brain needs food. Even our essence in itself needs food. Food is needed for us to ensure that we have life. Food is needed for us to be able to walk, to be able to talk, to be able to laugh, to be able to enjoy the good things of life, to be able to procreate, because it is needed to sustain us. Now, with all of this being known, with all of this knowledge, with all of this truth about what food is needed to do in humans' life, the truth is we barely have enough people in the agricultural sector in order to provide food for the masses in our society. Like I said earlier, Nigeria has an estimate of over 200 people. Food is scarce, food is costly. Food is not in season, yet people still need to eat. And we are talking about feeding millions of people. But the issue still remains that there is a shortage of the food being produced in order to feed this large number of people that we have, this large number of mouths to feed. Because right from childhood, even on to old age, food is still needed. Food is something that you just can't do without. That's the truth. You just can't do without eating food, without thinking of food even, because it is needed for normal functioning. And yet, like I was saying earlier, have you ever imagined yourself being right in the middle of this system that is capable of fetching you millions? Have you ever thought of being in the middle of this system that has a shortage and needs people to go into it in order to ensure its sustainability? Agriculture is not just something that we think to be a backage or an outdated system, because no, that's the truth. It's not meant to be, and it shouldn't be. Food is something that is very, very crucial, very, very necessary. There are several people here with different best foods, different favorites, what food that even reminds us of certain moments of our lives. That's how important food is. And so with all of this, knowing how important food is, I would like to inform us about the opportunities that you and I can get in order to be involved right in it. Because the truth is, right from planting to harvest to processing, and even to the point whereby food gets to your table, into your mouth and into your body system, the truth is there is a field, there is a job, there is an opportunity for every single one of us. From the beginning stage, like I said, from planting, you would have people who are needed to go into the input system, who are needed to go into the sales of inputs. Farmers need input, and when I'm talking about input, I'm talking about seeds, I'm talking about fertilizers, I'm talking about pesticides, herbicides, basically essential things needed for a farmland to grow and produce food from the beginning right to the end. There are several inputs, there are several things needed in order to ensure that the food that you ate yesterday, or the food that you ate 2 days ago, or what you ate on your birthday, or what you ate on that most memorable day of your life, there are several things, there are several processes that went into the production of that food. And so this is a call to us all. How do you get involved? Now, like I was saying earlier, what are ways in which we can get involved? I have spoken about the inputs. We need people into that system, because the truth is, we have decided to leave agriculture to some certain set of people. And the truth about that is they are getting tired. Our fathers are getting old, our mothers are getting old. Who are going to replace them? Who is getting back into the system? Who is improving the system for them in order to ensure that they do not get tired? Because the truth is, agriculture, yes, it is a labor-intensive system. It is something that needs all of you in order to produce all of it. Now, another way in which you can go into agriculture, another way in which we can ensure that we are involved in what goes into our system is in the planting. Yes, there is a need of labor, and that pertains to the need of labor. There is a massive shortage of human labor in the agricultural sector. And this is because many people have decided to run away from it. Because to many, the idea of success is to be able to sit behind a table in a well-conditioned office on your laptops without any worries, without thinking of whether or not dirt is getting on your hands, without having to worry about holding a hoe or a cutlass. That is the idea of success to many. But the truth is, how about we change our perspective to see success beyond that? To see success in the because from beginning of mankind, man has always seen success in the labor and hard work of itself. And so how about we see how our perspective change about success and see that it can be more than what we know it to be. It can be better than we know it to be. And we can get involved in a system that needs us and calls us to get into it. I'm talking about every single one of us getting into agriculture because there are diverse and numerous opportunities ready for us and waiting for us in order to get into it. Now, I was talking about how labor is needed in agriculture. There is a very high demand of labor, readily available labor. And I'm not just talking about us just toiling and laboring under the sun. I'm also talking about labor being needed in the improvement of technology, in the betterment of what our fathers have continued to work with, and seeing how we can shape it and mold it for the use of our present future. Because the truth is, yes, we are over 200 million right now. But how about we grow and then we double or even triple that number in future? Are we going to sustain ourselves with what is barely enough to feed us now? How do we ensure that food does not become something that we have to search the ends of the earth for? Food does not become something that we need to start having a black market for. Because the truth is, food will never be like that. Because there would always be a system that protects it. But the truth is, are you ready to get involved? Because if there is no one willing to go into it, then it's out of it. Now, following planting and growing your crops, you have post-harvest. Now, this is where I would call the real deal of agriculture falls into. Because we are all familiar with the term, oh, food is out of season, oh, food is scarce, oh, this particular food item, or fruit, or whatever it may be. Or probably you have a particular food that is your fruits, most especially that is your favorite, but then you can only eat them in particular season. Right now we have mangoes, we have avocados, we have oranges in season. And then you would see that as months go by, we begin to see that there is a decrease of these fruit items, like I was giving as an example, in the market. You begin to see more empty shelves or these fruits being replaced with something else. Now, this is where the understanding of how to mitigate post-harvest loss comes in. Now, let me also give this other example of how post-harvest processes are very crucial and important in the agricultural sector. We are talking about value chain. When we talk about value being added to a particular food item or to a particular product, we are talking about increasing the shelf life of a particular food item. We are talking about increasing the numerous ways in which we can enjoy a particular food item. We are talking about how to ensure that in season, out of season, this food continues to remain available to mankind. Now let's take, for example, cassava. Nigeria is the world's largest producer of cassava. Yet, barely enough of that quantity is made available for exports, even to feed ourselves. Yes, cassava in its various form, as many people love to say, Gary is the sustainer of life. Cassava in its many form of cassava flour, cassava chips, Gary, or even industrial starch. Because the truth is, from one single product, we are able to get numerous and several other ones. And that is the importance of value chain. right from the process in which a crop is being produced on farm, up to the point whereby it gets to its final consumer. There are several ways in which we can improve the quality and even the quantity of that particular product. Now, like I was saying about cassava, Nigeria is the world's largest producer of cassava. Yet, there are times when even Gari becomes so expensive that Gari, known as the common man food, becomes so expensive for even the common man to afford. We have cassava flour. Like in the Yoruba, they will call it lafun. There are times whereby this flour becomes seriously expensive that you just have to just wonder, why is a country who produces this in the largest amount of the whole world's population lacking in the production of this particular food? And this is how we begin to see that there is a need for every single one of us to get involved. Because yes, you may not want to get your hand dirty. You do not want to get involved, or you don't want to have to go to the farm. This post-harvest processing, this value chain is a very easy way, quote unquote, for you to get involved, because you do not necessarily have to get on the farm. You do not necessarily have to wait months before your crops grow. You do not necessarily have to wait for or pray that pests or diseases do not spoil your yield at the end of the day, because as a post-harvest processor, your concern at what happens afterward, your concern at the numbers, so to say, how much or how many tons or metric tons of a particular food item are you able to get in order for you to ensure continuity of your production. Now, if we would get individuals of our society to get involved in the processing of food items in order to promote and increase their value, we would see that food rarely becomes a scarce commodity. Because hearing or even saying that, how do we begin to imagine that food is a scarce commodity? Food that is needed, a basic need for human survival, becomes a scarce commodity simply because there are no systems in place in order to ensure its continuity, in order to ensure its movement, its logistics from farm to plate. How do we begin to explain that, the reason why we do not have food right now is simply because no one is back home on the farm in order to ensure that food is being produced? How do we begin to explain that we don't have food in our society because we have not decided to go back and see ways in which we can improve our farming system? How do we even explain to our future generation that right now we still do not have answers to providing food for them when the time comes? All of these and many more are questions that we should really ask ourselves when we are trying to get involved. All of these and many more are things that we need to consider critically as a society, as individuals, and even the world at large. These are questions for us to consider and put in place. These are questions that are necessary to be answered because, like I said, food will never go out of extinction. Food will still be needed. Now, I have spoken about cassava production. I have spoken about ways in which we can increase the value of a particular food item. I have spoken about ways in which we can get involved in the input system, in the input market of agriculture. Now, I would like to talk about another opportunity in agriculture, poultry farming. Every single one of us here, or many people, eat or consume poultry products. If not, at least every festive or celebratory season, we will always have large numbers of poultry, birds, chickens, turkeys, chicken, turkeys, guinea fowls, several of them being killed in order for us to celebrate. And we even have Easter coming up. Easter is almost synonymous to killing a chicken or killing a turkey. And then we also have eggs as part of poultry products. Eggs are very essential and very cheap source of protein. Even the most proteinous animal, the most proteinous, yes, animal food. And then you would see that in the line of producing or rearing poultry birds, there are several ways in which we can get involved. I would Let me take for example now. Imagine a farmer who, after saving or having his investment, getting returns, decides to invest into a poultry farm. And then the farmer decides to get probably about 200 birds at first. You raise them for some months, and then these birds begin to lay eggs. The farmer is able to sell off these eggs, and poultry birds, layers birds are not, like, it's not as if you have to wait. Okay, like once they start laying, it's not as if you have to wait for, they produce. Yes, there are cases whereby your poultry birds may not produce. Not all of them will produce like daily, but at most you should still be able to get at least 70% of your total population in a single day. That's more than 50%. So now you are saying that you have 200 birds, and then you are getting eggs daily from these birds. You sell daily or you sell weekly. You are able to get customers. You're able to sell these eggs out. And what do you get in return? You get profits. Now months go by, and then your birds begin to get old. You sell off these birds. Now we can see how this system has grown from the farmer getting chicks and then rearing them in order for them to grow to the point of lay. Now these birds begin to lay, they fetch in profits. Now they are old enough, and then it's time to dispose or sell them off. The farmer sells them off. He gets profit back. At this time, the time in which he's selling these birds, aside from the fact that he has been able to get profits from the sales of birds. Yes, he has invested money in the feeds, in the drugs, in the vaccines, and now he's selling these birds at prices or amounts more than the amount that he sold it from. That he bought it for. Now we can see this farmer has made profits, both from the sales of eggs and even from the sales of the birds themselves. And that is not even just all about the benefits of going into poultry production. Poultry manure is one of the most sought after source of fertilizer or method of fertilizing farmlands. Now this farmer is also able to sell off manure from his poultry birds, and then he gets profit from numerous ways. And then even after sales, the feathers of these birds, they are still important in the value chain system. He's still able to get profit from that. Now we can see, this is just an example, but then we can see several ways in which a single source or a single venture into the agricultural system or production can yield you multiple and great yields, because you are not just earning from one source, you are not just earning from one aspect, you are able to earn from numerous. And then even when we go into other livestock animals or even into fish, you would see that you do not just get your profit from one single method, but then you are able to diversify ways in which you get your income. And then in all, you have made numerous profits. Now I have spoken on poultry farming. I have spoken on opportunities in poultry farming. Now let's talk about exports. Nigeria as a whole produces so much food, yet little to export. There was a time the Nigerian border got restricted, and there was little to no import of rice into the country. During that time, we had to see that many people started buying local. But then prior to that time, majority of Nigerians never even knew about, aside from ofada rice, which is popular. Majority of Nigerians never even knew about the fact that Nigeria itself produces rice, or that there is a market for it, simply because we would rather prefer imported commodities, or rather prefer imported types of food or food items or even products. Now, after the border got closed, Nigerians had to start looking inward. We had to start looking at, okay, what do we have? Now we could see during that time, even up to now, we can still see that our mindset had already changed from the point of us depending on imports, and then we have to rely on our own. Now I was talking about exports, how we have a very bad export culture, because the truth is, a great percentage of what we produce as a nation ends up getting wasted. Firstly, this is due to bad road transport. Secondly, due to bad markets. And also, thirdly, due to a lack of fixed market prices. You would have the cases whereby buyers will begin to dictate prices for farmers, and farmers who do not have any choice but to sell at ridiculous prices to buyers, simply because they cannot. How long can you keep a crate of egg for? Or how long can you keep tomatoes or peppers or even fruit, every single agricultural product, how long can you keep them for without proper storage? So a farmer has no choice but to sell off all of his produce at ridiculous prices. Now we can see that even with that, there is still, by the time the buyers buy it, there are bad transport linkages. There is barely conducive road in order for this food to get to its final destination, its final consumers, and as such, food gets wasted. The conditions of these food items, they are barely presentable for exports, because the truth is there are strict regulations for exports. There are strict regulations and procedures in order to export food out of the country. Now, looking at opportunities to get into the exports, getting into the exports markets, into exporting Nigerian food, because the truth is, all over the world, Nigerian food has become a staple. People tend to look for the next African restaurant in order to get Nigerian food. People tend to look for where and who would cook them Nigerian foods. But then there is a lack of these materials in order for those who are lovers of our food in order to get this food. And so now we are speaking about opportunities in the export market. We could get people who would find ways to mitigate produce loss, to mitigate produce damage. We could find ways to better transport our food. We could find ways to better negotiate prices. We could find ways to even better the policies that protect our food chain. And then as such, we begin to get food ready for exports. We are able to export large number, because we produce a lot, and yet we lose a lot. And that's a very bad metric for our economy. And so if we begin to see ways in which we can export our food, make it available for lovers of Nigerian food all over the world, we would be able to see a better growth in our Nigerian economy. And even getting into exports helps us shape our identity as Nigerians. It helps us improve what it is that we have now, improve and help us better where we are going to. Now I have spoken on exports. Now I would like to talk about technology in agriculture. From time past, agriculture has always been linked with hoes and cutlass. Even when you would go to schools and when it's time for agricultural practicals, you would instead see students being asked to bring their hoes, their cutlass. Yes, this is still a part of agriculture, but the truth is times have changed. Times have improved. And like I mentioned earlier, how do we ensure the sustainability of food for our future generations? Do we still hand over to them the old method of doing things? Yes, now we have people getting into AI, being tech bros, people going into coding, building wonderful and great machines for human use. I would like to say an opportunity for you and I in the agricultural sector is to go into the provision and improvement of available technology and even producing new and better technology for agriculture. We could have people who are able to build apps that would help farmers get better customers, connect farmers to customers, connect sellers to their final purchasers or buyers, or to the final consumers. We could get people who would help us build systems or apps that would help us better track our data. Because the truth is, agricultural data, it's a system that seems to get lost day in, day out. You would barely find a farmer, or yes, you would, but you would barely find a farmer who keeps proper and accurate record of his farm system and his farm goings and everything. And so what about if you find people who are able to go into that system in producing better technology, better apps, better systems, in helping us improve what it is that we have now? Because not to undermine the truth, yes, we have many people, we have many individuals, we have many groups, we have many industries going into the betterment of agriculture. But how about we do better? How about we see to it that we are able to accomplish more? How about we see to it that we do not just leave it as it is, because agriculture is just a field for the old. It's just a field for those who do not just want to do other things in society. Because instead of linking agriculture to poverty, how about we link it to opportunities? How about we link it to a system in which we are able to trust the next person next to us, to say that, oh, I trust you enough to be able to care about what goes on in our food system. I trust you in order to be able to care and be open-minded to opportunities that you and I can get from venturing into agriculture. And now this is not just a speech to just ramble off and to just say nice things, but this is a call to action, because the truth is there are many gaps, there are many loopholes which are needed for us to fill, and we need to fill them fast. We need to fill them quick, and we need to fill them very efficiently. Now another opportunity, one last opportunity I would like to talk on in the agricultural sector is our policy. And this is a call to our government, this is a call to every agricultural leader, this is a call to every person, every individual involved in food production in our country. Let's make better policies. Let's advocate for better policies. Let's talk about agriculture. Agriculture is not something we should shy away from. Farming is not something that we should shy away from. Farming is not something that we should only see to some set of people. But rather, let us be proud about it. Let us talk about it. Nigerian society is one that has always upheld and has always been upheld by systems of agriculture. And as such, we should not allow now to be the time whereby we keep silent about it. Years past, we would always have people boasting of being cocoa farmers, cashew farmers, yam farmers, so many products and so many produce, so many food items to mention. But now, yes, there is a change in our society, but how about we really look in? We really look within ourselves to see ways in which we can better what it is that we have now. And like I said earlier, agriculture is not going to go anywhere. It's only going to get better. But what would be your play? What part will you play in seeing to the future of it? Because the truth is there are numerous and diverse ways in which you and I can get involved. Many more than I can mention in this space of time. But yes, I would like to mention again, there is space for everyone. Imagine if everyone decides to get involved in agriculture, because the truth is food can never just be enough. There are going to be numerous mouths to feed. There are going to be several people who would continue to need food in different form. And even I would even like to even mention this in concerning opportunities in agriculture. There are several people who continue to need different nutrients, who need special nutrients in order to feel better. There are several cases whereby it has been verified that food and nutrition is an important factor of improving chronic illnesses or even diagnosis. How about we look about ways in which we can get into it in order to make people understand ways that they can use food to help their lives, help whatever illness or whatever disease they are battling with. How about we begin to see food beyond what we just rush out to grab, but to see food as something that sustains man, something that gives us nutrients, something that helps us become better people. Because an hungry man is an hungry man. And so, with all of this is a call to action. This is a call to improvement, not just to individuals, but to government, to organizations, to industries, to everyone around the world. This is a call for you and I to get involved. This is a call for you and I to look and seek opportunities and ways in which we can better the system and economy that will never go out of season, that will never go out of need, that will never go out of ways of producing. Because from one seed, you're able to get plenty. A system that nurtures, a system that gives life, a system that produces, a system that yields abundantly. And so, my dear brothers and sisters and members of society, I would like to enjoin every single one of us. Look and seek opportunities in agriculture. Look and seek for ways to get involved. Because there are many ways for you and I to get involved. There are many needs for you and I to be part of that system. And with this, I would like to pass on the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well done. That was so enlightening about agriculture. But I think the bigger picture, when we look at a subject matter such as agriculture, is the implication it has as far as food security is concerned. No nation, no matter how well endowed, can be truly secured without its capacity to feed its citizens. And that is perhaps, in my view, the strategic dimension to the entire conversation that we're having about agriculture. But permit me, dear friends, colleagues, right here with us in this hall, and those watching at home, to pivot to a subject matter that concerns all of us. In fact, not only does it just concern all of us, it's perhaps a subject matter that interests all of us. When we hear the word, we instantly, individually, regardless of our levels, pick up interests. When we hear the word, we instantly, individually and even collectively, desire to be part of it. When we hear the word, we can almost always relate to it. And that's why I'll be taking you through what I've titled The Unstoppable Laws of Success. When I first came out of the university back in 1998, yes, I think I returned from the University of Ilorin. I just finished my course in biology education. Where then I made a third class. Not many people know that story. I was at the University of Ilorin to study electrical engineering. When I first drove onto that campus with my father, I remember in March 1993. And everything started quite well until I attended my first Physics 101 class. That very moment when we left the lecture theater was my moment with reality. I realized immediately that I wasn't cut out for that field of human endeavor. I realized immediately that I would fail woefully if I persisted on that track. So, I walked up to my faculty office and I requested a change in course, away from what was at the time the strongest course of study at the University of Ilorin, electrical engineering. In fact, if you're on campus in those days, University of Ilorin, and they asked you your course and you said elect. I don't know if you are familiar with that expression. It was as if you were the elect. You were the chosen. People bragged about it. But I understood that I wasn't cut out for it. I was wired differently. I was wired to be much more creative. I was wired to be much more philosophical. I was wired to be much more introspective. I was not wired for madness. I understood that. But my faculty wouldn't let me change my course. In fact, at the time, they thought that not only was it a huge mistake by some young man who did not have a proper sense of orientation, by some young man who did not know what side of his bread was already buttered. They refused. For weeks, my faculty officer wouldn't sign that form to enable me exit that faculty and possibly look for some other course that I thought I could grapple with. And this is very important. We're not all wired the same way. Every human being is wired different from the other, equipped differently from the other. And it's important that you understand this as a person. For some of us, your current struggles are not necessarily an indication of incapacity or incompetence, but they're essentially indicative of misplacement. That's what it is. With a slight adjustment of your personal compass, all could change significantly for you. They refused to let me go. Weeks turned into 1 month, and before we knew it, it was 3 days to matriculation. And so my faculty realized that while my mates, my course mates, had filled their forms, were preparing for matric, yours truly was nowhere to be found. Then, only then, did it dawn on the authorities in that faculty to say, you know what? We better let this young man live, lest his blood, in quotes, be on our hands. So by the time I was signed out of that faculty, it became a struggle where to go. It became a struggle where to go. Eventually, I was advised 2 days to matriculation, faculties, departments busy everywhere. You're trying to transfer this, that, and the other. In the midst of that chaos, I got a piece of counsel. Since you're thinking this way, why don't you combine? Take one of the science courses that you have and combine it with education. And that's what led. So by going to the mini campus back then, at the University of Ilorin, I believe all the campuses have now been merged. Is there anyone here who finished from the University of Ilorin? Anyone? Or anyone here who knows the current state of my alma mater? I think it's now all merged. There is no mini campus. They've all been merged. They've all moved to the permanent site. So I had to shuttle between the mini campus in town and the permanent sites right in the heart of what I would call back then the forest. So I did a combined honors program. But it did not stop there. While on campus, I started a media outfit. I started to run a publication. In fact, my lecturers used to read my articles, but hardly found me in class. I remember one of my lecturers back then, Dr. Yusuf, he would say to me, anytime I popped into the classroom, especially to submit an assignment or to write a test, he would say to me, I read your articles everywhere and I don't see you in class. Don't worry, at the right time, you shall hear from me. Because you see, when I left engineering and settled for education, it still was not the answer to my yearning. And this is very important. You must understand what truly, fully satisfies your sense of a calling, your sense of a longing, your sense of a desire to maximize yourself. You must understand that. And you must continue to search, continue to explore until you find what is often referred to as your true north as a person. Even at that, biology education was not my true north. In fact, I often tell people that the major reason why I stayed in university was to graduate, and it was essentially because of my parents. I knew that if I did not go through school and graduate, that failure alone would be sufficient enough to break my parents' hearts. I knew that. I could feel it. So I said to myself, no problem. What does it take to survive in university? 40s, right? Once you get to 40, you're safe. That was my strategy. So I spent 70-80% of my time on campus running a media empire at that level. I had 2 massive billboards. I had journalists or fellow students who were writing articles covering events. I was the editor-in-chief. I had photojournalists who were everywhere doing all sorts of things. So when I look at my evolution as a person, I realized that that moment, or those years back at the University of Ilorin, gave me a clear sense of direction as to what could resonate with me as a person. And every one of us must figure that out. Sometimes you will have clarity from the get-go, and the stars will align. You'll probably have good guidance around you to support you. And that makes life a lot easier for you. For some others, it could be or would be the orchestration of various challenges to force you to go in a certain direction. So when I came out of university, or when I managed to graduate, my mission was always to finish in good time or on schedule without an extra semester or an extra year. And thankfully, I managed that. And by January 1998, I was back in Lagos. While waiting for my NYSC, the National Youth Service Corps, the compulsory, or is it mandatory youth service corps program, which will take place in July 1998. So I had what? 7 months to play with. 7 months. So what did I begin to do? Remember that for some reason I did not study journalism, but I loved to write. That's what I spent essentially my second semester from my 100 level right to my last semester, my 400 level, doing 70 to 80% of my time writing articles to inspire people, reporting the news. I had this media outfit by the name Epignosis. It was a Christian media platform. We had this massive billboard. In fact, we used to pride ourselves as the first. We decided we were not going to handwrite our articles. I don't know if you're familiar with those campus bulletin boards where people write articles and paste. We said no. People thought we were crazy. And that's why in my first speech I talked about being unreasonable. When I started Epignosis, the Epignosis Club, back then in the University of Ilorin, I said we would not handwrite articles, that we would typeset with computers. And people said, that is crazy. How would you fund it? I said, watch us do it. We began to raise money on campus. I became a master fundraiser. Now, if you know the economy of the University of Ilorin, or Ilorin back in the day, the Ilorin economy is still what I would call a very small economy in terms of value for money. Back then, we used to raise up to 30,000 naira on campus. It was crazy, but we did it. So it pays to be unreasonable when you have attained a true sense of direction, or when you have figured out what your true north is. Your true north sets a clear direction that is unmistakable about where you're meant to be headed. It says, this is your path. Along this path, you will find a self-fulfilling outcome. Along this path, you will discover the truest essence of your potential as a human being. Along this path, the light of your gift as a person, the light of your orientation, what makes you come alive as a person, you will discover. There are many names for it: self-discovery, self-actualization. Little did I know that those 3 years, without any experience, without any knowledge, were shaping me as a person and preparing me also in that regards to find my way in a field that would later become one that I would play in full. So fast forward to January 1998. I got back home. Nobody was willing to give me a dime anymore. As far as they were concerned, at that time, you had graduated from school and you were expected to take care of yourself and fund your activities. That was what I realized. So I would trek 30 minutes every day from our home where we lived back then in Surulere, in Itire in Surulere. I'll trek 30 minutes every morning to Jibowu. How many of you know that distance? In Lagos. You know what it means to Jibowu. You know where Yaba College of Technology is? Directly opposite Yaba College of Technology. Back in the day, I don't know if that bookshop is still there. Was this bookshop known as Edisil Library, Edisil Christian Library and Bookshop. And I had an encounter with a book in that bookshop. I'm going to share this with you. You can go look up that book. I was sharing it earlier on with one of my associates, Bidemi, in my office shortly before we came out to start this quest. And I said to Bidemi, I want to show you a book. I still have my copy of that book. Signed with the date July 1998 or 1999. When I found that book, it was a quote book. The title of the book, The Speaker's Quote Book. I could not have imagined that I would become a professional speaker. I could not have imagined that what I do today would be essentially what defines me right now. It was an interesting volume. Over 200 pages of quotations. Quotations covering all kinds of subject matters, from achievement to life, to success, to business, to attitude, to dedication, to family, to failure, to life, to death, all kinds of quotations and sayings from different minds. Over 200 pages. The Speaker's Quote Book by Roy B. Zock. When I read it for the first time, I glanced through, I became very intrigued. But there was a problem. When I stepped into the bookshop beside the library to ask for the price of the book, as a fresh graduate, with no money in his pocket, waiting to be called for NYSC, that book was going for 1,500 naira. I couldn't afford that. So the next morning, on my way to that library, I stopped by a stationery shop and I bought myself a higher education hardcover. When I mean hardcover, you know those higher education notebooks, those very thick ones, voluminous one. And I took it with me and I began perhaps the greatest journey that would define the course of my life. Every day I got into that library and began to copy out every quote from page 1 to page 220 every day. Quotations on life, quotations on business, quotations on marriage. I wasn't married at the time. All on all issues. What was I doing? I was having an intercourse with the minds of many and varied authors. Some were great successes in life, others were failures. But they had something to say about their failures. So that those coming after would learn a lesson, would take a clue. Because as my good old friend Brian Tracy would say, success leaves clues. Likewise, failure. In fact, I think it was Fola Adiola that said to us many years ago when we were attending the Faith Foundation program for young entrepreneurs, was it aspiring entrepreneurs, as far back as 2000, 2001. I remember that was when Faith Foundation was started during that period. He said, by far we learn the greater lessons through our failures than through success. So I copied out all of the quotes within a 2-week period. Remember, we didn't have access to internet at the time. In fact, back then, if you had an email address, you were a star. And that's why when I speak to young people, I know sometimes, especially the core members that serve with me, sometimes they look at me and wonder, this man, what sort of planet does he live in? The kind of expectations he's having of us don't seem too realistic. I'm still very, very traditional in my mentality about how to succeed. That there is a pathway. You must pave that pathway with your sweat, with your tears, with your blood, at great costs to your convenience. At great cost to your convenience. Any form of success or accomplishment that carries a significant flavor of convenience, be very wary. Be very wary. Great heights must come at a price. That was how I started my journey. Imagine what it took to handwrite over 200 pages. Remember, the texts are tiny. As I did it, I learned dedication. It was not convenient. I learned application to a given path. And these are things that are so important, that are so crucial, that are very fundamental to life, to success, to outcomes. These principles have not changed. They will not change. Now the times will change. The context will adapt. But these principles will never change. They will never morph. You're still going to have to embrace them and grapple with them if you truly want to find real, meaningful, lasting accomplishment and success. Interestingly, a year later, After I'd begun my youth service, I would take a bus down to that bookshop, dip my hands into my pocket for my NYSC allowance to pay for that book. Eventually. It took well over a year to get to that point. And that's why my conversation about the unstoppable laws of success. The unstoppable laws of success. Things that I have learned, things that I have put to practice, things that I know work. Not just lip service, not just motivational content that hypes you. Online, there's so much of it, and that's okay. I'm talking about setting your shoulders to the plow, getting your hands dirty, mixing it up, making that clear determination beyond how emotional you might feel, and saying, this is clear, I must apply myself, orient and adjust, do what it takes to get me to where I desire and I long to be. Success. How many of us love the word success here? Show of hands. What does success mean to you? Let me have some answers. What does success mean to you? Yes, anyone?
I think it means being able to achieve whatever I set my mind to achieve.
Okay, being able to,
At the time I want.
at the time you want. So, success, in your view, is about achievements. Achievements usually are very personal. This is something I have an eye on, I long for, I seek to realize, and therefore realizing it then equals success. Please, may I have a bottle of water? This one has been exposed. Do you have any of these small bottles? Excuse me. Thank you. I think I could. Well, I can take this one. Thank you. So, that's what success means. Any other definition to success? Yes. Excelling in a particular goal that you set for yourself. It's okay, don't worry about the water, you can come back in. Excelling in a particular goal that you set for yourself. So, from that standpoint, we're talking about goals. Don't worry about the water, just come back in. Goals that you set for yourself. Meaning that you can personally create targets for yourself. And goals will vary from situation to situation, from levels to levels. Academically, you could have goals. Financially, you could have goals. Relationally, you could have goals. The list goes on and on. Okay? Another person. Success.
Success means being satisfied with the results.
Okay. Some call it getting what you want and wanting what you get. Because sometimes there are certain things we want. We work hard to get them. Then when we get them, we're even more displeased. You know what I'm talking about? Right? And that's why at times you're told, be careful what you wish for. So that's a more balanced view that in the end, whatever that outcome is, should please you, should satisfy you, should be something that energizes you positively. Feeling that sense of a reward and settledness with regards to that outcome. Success. There are a number of dimensions I want to explore here. And I want to explore what I call a very functional approach and dimension towards it. Success, I call a quest and not a bequest. What's a bequest? A bequest is something that is what? Handed to you. You heard the very popular Shakespearean expression, some are born great, others have greatness thrust upon them, and a few achieve greatness. So which column do you fit in? Which column do you fit in? Meaning that if greatness were to be a marker for success, there are people that are born into it. There are those that have it foisted upon them. But there are a few who strive to achieve greatness. I believe the third category, though the toughest, though the most inconvenient, is still the sweetest. There is nothing wrong with being born into greatness or into quote unquote success. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with having a bequest. You're born into wealth, for instance. That's okay. You're born with access to the right connections, to the right levels of power and privilege. That's okay, there's nothing wrong.
A special right or advantage available.
Well, these devices are becoming so smart. I said privilege, and you can hear the phone now almost having a mind of its own, trying to carry the conversation forward. So there's nothing wrong. But what is most important is wherever you find yourself, be prepared to apply yourself. So let's look at these unstoppable laws that produce success. The first point I want to make is this: that success in the real sense is not a lottery. Instead, based on our conversation, success is a legal system. Success is a legal system. Remember, we're talking about the unstoppable laws of success. It's a legal system. So let's look at it this way. There's a verse in the Bible, and I'm just going to borrow from that illustration, that Jesus Christ himself used. As I said, I'm only borrowing from it. I'm not waxing theological here. And he said, if you fall on the rock, you'll be broken to pieces. If the rock falls on you, what will happen? You'll be crushed or grounded to powder. Either way, who wins? The rock wins. Either way, whichever way you want to play it, no matter how smart you think you are, either way, the rock wins. Now, what is that telling you? What is that telling me? That to be on the winning side, what should you do? Align with the rock. It's like in some places where you go to bet. If you've ever been involved in betting, they tell you, heads you lose, tails you lose. Either way the rock wins. And so what is that telling us? Is to understand that if you truly want to become successful in life, you must treat your quest for success as a scientific journey. As a scientific journey. There's a science to it. So, let's look at these unstoppable laws. After my youth service, I ventured into publishing. That was the first thing I began to do. Publishing a magazine known as the Achievers Manual. And it was almost instinctive at that time because I had what? Published on campus. So the easiest thing I could do, most natural habitat for me, was to translate all of what I had done on campus into the real entrepreneurial world by becoming a publisher. A young publisher without the financial muscle. A young publisher without even the network in terms of people to interview. And I began to write. So as you can see, from all that the quote book had done to my mind, shifting my paradigm, providing me with a lot of nuggets of inspiration, motivational insights, I began to read more books, and I started to write and to publish. That's how I started. And what was my base capital? Do you want to guess? My NYSC allowance. I did 6 months of my NYSC at the church. I wasn't on salary. I wasn't even on any other allowance. I think I was only given a 500 naira at the first, after my first week. In fact, I was told that every 2 weeks I'll get 500 naira for transportation. After that first 500 naira, I never got any dime from the church. But the 1,600 naira I was collecting as a core member became the useful seeds to start out life. Whatever you see today, whether it's the School of Eloquence that we've built over the past 20 years, or the Achievement Channel, or our work in the blue space, the blue economy, the Blue Economy Academy, the Blue Economy TV, or my work as a professional speaker, everything started from my NYSC Alawi. I became a lover of books. I would trek from Union Bank, Ojuelegba. I don't know if you know that Union Bank branch, right at Ojuelegba bus stop. I would trek from that Union Bank because I would go there to withdraw. We didn't have anything like mobile phones. You would show up there, join the queue. Sometimes when it was time to pay, they would tell you your allowance was not yet in the account. But each time I would go there to make a withdrawal, I would start trekking from that Ojuelegba to Maryland to buy books. Yes, it's easy to say that was your time. That was your time. That was now it's different. I agree. The times are not the same anymore. But the rules of success have not changed. They've not changed. You still have to slug it out with your iPhone 17 in your hand and your TikTok account or your TikTok handle. You still have to slug it out. I think this generation has found a word for it. You call it your what? Your hustle. You still have to hustle it out. So let's look at these laws of success. I call them unstoppable because, like that rock, if you choose to go against them, you will be broken. You will be disappointed. I call them unstoppable because, like that rock metaphor, if it goes against you, you will be crushed. So a wise person figures out a way to adapt, to leverage on the strength of that rock, to ride on it, to utilize its strength to their advantage. So you cannot outsmart a law. You cannot outsmart a law. That's the beauty behind principles. You cannot, no matter how ingenious you might think of yourself, when it comes to principles, especially the principles that make for successful accomplishments, do not think that you can outrun your own shadow. The unstoppable laws of success. You either build upon it as a foundation or you are crushed. It's an obstacle. So what is the first law? I have 15 laws. I wrote about them in the Achievers Journal. If you go to the Achievers Journal website, achieversjournal.com, you'll find the entire piece there. I'm just going to take us through them one by one. The unstoppable laws of success. Every time I have to take this, teach about it, speak to it, it infuses me with so much joy because I've come to understand and see firsthand that these laws work. These principles work. So law number one is the law of meaning. The law of meaning. That essential ingredient in your life, in your thinking, that brings purpose to whatever you're striving for. The why. So that when you get it, it will be without any regret. must make a clear determination of meaning, purpose. What is your purpose? Now, there's so many lectures about purpose. But you've got to find a very strong personal sense of meaning with regards to whatever it is that you're doing. And sometimes you may have to invent one. Let me be clear. Let me be clear about this. Sometimes you might have to invent one to make your journey or your existence in a space worth your while. What do I mean by that? Let's say you are saddled with a job that you do not really like. But you're at a level in life where you have to take off. You need something to start your life, to lay a foundation. That circumstance gives you an opportunity to invent a sense of meaning, even when what you have to grapple with, maybe it's a job that you do not really like, even when what you have to grapple with might not be the ideal, but you're able to, within that context, within that space, define, carve out some essence that allows you to bear what? And that's why there's a very popular saying that if you can determine why, you can almost always bear with what. Many people complain because there's no sense of meaning to their approach or to their current efforts. And most times we assume that meaning or purpose, I prefer to use the word meaning because there are times when you hear the word purpose and it begins to feel esoteric. So I want to narrow it down by focusing on the word, the law of meaning. Most times when people complain, they complain because of that sense of entitlement to have the ideal. But that's not always the way that life works. No. At various times in your life, various moments, at various stages in your life, you owe it to yourself to be responsible enough, regardless of where you're at, what you're grappling with, to carve out a sense of meaning. That, okay, at this very stage, at this very moment, I must choose to give myself, my thinking, an acceptable direction. Meaning, it could be temporal for just that moment or that window in your life. That then enables you to bear with the challenges, the difficulties, the demands, even when others are complaining. And so, when you find people complaining, most times it's because meaning is missing in that space, in that moment of their lives. Sometimes, and this is where a lot of us miss it, we assume that it should come naturally, it should fall on us. Not necessarily. You must find meaning. There's a work about Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl was in the concentration camps of the Nazis during World War II. When eventually he came out, he said what kept him going was his ability to create some form of a definitive outlook, despite the morass, the pain that surrounded him. As others gave up, he chose to carve out a sense of meaning and expectation for himself. We are living in a very challenging season in our country right now. You can choose to give yourself that sense of meaning. You have to define it. You have to craft it. You have to figure it out. It is that meaning that directs your path. And yes, meaning will evolve as you evolve or grow or pass through life from one stage to the other. But please, never allow your space, your season, to be without meaningfulness. Never. Figure it out. Describe it. Write one. Carve one out. Even when it seems or feels like others are getting on without you. It is this law of meaning that stabilizes your thinking to hang in there and effectively prosecute that phase of your journey. Meaning. That's law number one. Law number two. Excuse me. I seem to be the only person drinking water on stage since we started, right? Law number two is the law of vision. Is the law of vision. And this law simply states that you are not permitted to arrive at any destination you have not yet envisioned or you have not yet mentally visited. You are not permitted to physically arrive a destination in your life you have not yet mentally visited. You must first and foremost pay a mental visit to that destination before you can physically arrive. In other words, this law, remember we're talking about laws, mandates us to use your imagination, use your mind to picture, paint pictures. But you see, most times people paint pictures and those pictures are meaningless, and we call them what? Daydreamers, right? That's what we said first. Law of meaning. Meaning gives you a clear essence as to that particular moment or phase in your life. Now you can dream. Many people dream, but without purpose. I like how T.S. Eliot put it. He said, many dream and then wake up, I'm paraphrasing T.S. Eliot now, and discover that it was just a daydream. But there are those who dream with their minds that these are the dangerous men. That they dream with eyes wide open. Eyes wide open there is indicative of what meaning. They dream with intentionality. Eyes wide open so that they can get up and bring those dreams into reality. I've just paraphrased T.S. Eliot, and you can Google, these days you no longer Google, you can AI T.S. Eliot. You'll be able to get the accurate quotation. I used to read a lot of those quotations back in the day when I was much younger. I literally fed on the thoughts and quotes of many of these great thinkers. So that's the law of vision. The law of vision says dream big dreams. Mentally, pay an advance visit to the destination you eventually hope to physically manifest. Albert Einstein put it best. He said, imagination is greater than knowledge because it is a preview. It is a preview of life's coming attractions. You have no clue what harm you do to yourself, how much you shortchange yourself when you flout this law by not dreaming, by not having a vision, the law of vision. Mentally, you must have a picture. Because that begins to set the stage for where you're going and for how your life will pan out. Excuse me. Dream. If there's anything I love to do, I love to dream. There's a book I wrote titled Dare to Dream and Succeed. Excuse me. And Succeed. Hopefully, in one of my next talks, I will focus on that concept, the entire work, the various stages, the mechanics of using your mind to paint the exact picture of what you actually want to accomplish. I remember shortly after my youth service, I had begun my publication. I was living with some friends somewhere around Alajimasha and Surulere. And so I visited my parents this particular evening, and my dad had some guests at home. And they were talking about the visa lottery, how their sons had filled the forms. And then my dad called me and said, but everyone is filling this form. Why don't you fill the form? And I looked at my dad. I said, when it's time to travel to America, the ambassador will send for me. My father looked at his friend and said, you can see what I've been enduring. You can see what I've been enduring with this young man. Let me tell you, years later, when it was time for me to make my first trip to the US, I think I was going for the National Speakers Association convention. And this is very important. Your ability to mentally envision what sort of a journey you'd like to have, what quests you'd like to find yourself in, is very important. A few years later, I was inside the office of the Consul General in Victoria Land here. And he was giving directive, in fact, with an apology. Because you know the interesting thing, I had applied for my US visa and it was turned down. The Consul General used to be a very close friend of mine. How did we become friends? I had invited him to the Achievers Summit. I used to host this yearly summit called the Achievers Summit at the main auditorium of the University of Lagos. And we became friends just on the strength of that value. And then he would drive to my small office in Surulere. I think one of these days I'm going to go to that office and take some pictures, just to remind me. For weekend events, I used to host these weekend events for speakers back then. And so I applied to travel to the US. My application was turned down. You know why my application was turned down? They said I had too much money in my account for my age. In fact, I was too young. Of course, I was already doing some work back then. I was already consulting for the federal government, so I was earning quite. That was as far back as 2006. 2005 was about 20 years ago. So they turned it down. Until we had this chance meeting with the Consul General, and he asked me, "You had planned to visit Florida, when are you going?" I said, "Well, a few months ago, I was at your embassy, and guess what? I was denied a visa." And he was beside himself. He was beside himself. Said, "What? If we don't give you a visa, then who the heck are we giving visas to?" He said, "Please go and get your passport. In fact, go and get, in fact, everybody in your village. If it's what it will take for me to appease you, let them come, we'll give them visas." And I sat in that office, scheduled my appointment. And the following week, I got the visa. What am I saying? You see, when you have a sense of direction, you will not run the rat race like others are. Many people have jackpot today. We know what jackpot means. Because first and foremost, the law of meaning was disobeyed. The law of meaning was disregarded. And where there is no vision, there is no direction. There are usually consequences. And many are trying to do what they call ja-pa-da. So what I'm saying to you is, based on this law, mentally exercise yourself to create pictures of where you are going. Law number 3. I call this the law of one. The law of focus. Maybe one of my speeches, when next I have the opportunity, I have so many speeches I'd like to deliver. There's a work I did titled The Law of Focus, and I'll be able to go deep into it as a full-blown speech. The law of one. The hunter that chases or pursues 2 rabbits catches how many? None. But let's put it this way. The hunter is free to pursue as many rabbits as possible. Let's be clear about that. But only not what? All at the same time. Because people tend to miss the concept of focus by blindsiding themselves, thinking it is a no-no that increase, multiplicity, expansion is a no-no. Not necessarily. But really focus is saying per time, pursuit per time. Narrow your energy, narrow your resources, narrow your attention. One thing at a time. And give it ample time for it to mature. Give it ample time. ample investment of energy and attention, resources, to cross the threshold of no return, then you know that this particular pursuit has reached its apex. Then we open a new chapter. Trying to open several chapters at the same time will yield you no knowledge. You might have bits and pieces, fragmentary experiences. But set sail, choose one clear course. For that window, for that moment, for that season, for that epoch. That's the law of one. Yes, we live in an age where we celebrate the capacity to multitask. Multitasking. Proliferation. But remember that this law is telling us that to become a master, you must focus on one. Jack of all trades, a master of none. So part time, set sail, complete the mission, and then open another chapter. And then apply the same discipline or focus to the next chapter. Till it's done. A friend of mine once told me, Ubong, the meaning of focus is the acronym, follow one course until successful. Focus. And he's following through until successful. Then go for the second rabbit. You can pursue 2 rabbits, but not at the same time. Yes, you can have it all, there's a possibility, but not all at the same time. That is the law of one. Let's move quickly to the 4th law. I told you there are 15 of them. These are unstoppable laws. We're talking scientific orientation. If you put in the thinking, put in the application, you will get the outcome. I mean, look at School of Eloquence when we started. I've done a lot of work in corporate speaking, motivational speaking, and all of that. And then, as I shared earlier on, School of Eloquence was a child of circumstance, purely. I never would have imagined that I would be stuck in one place. I was the guy that used to go everywhere to give talks, Lagos to Abuja, to Port Harcourt, to Calabar. I used to go everywhere. I was on television, literally just, that was the motivational side of me. But when School of Eloquence came in 2006, I got to a point I said, you know what, I really want to focus on this. And one of the biggest concerns then was that, won't you get bored teaching public speaking the same thing, week in, week out? And that was a very big concern for me as well. But then I realized that I never got bored for one day because every class was different. I taught the same thing. I remember in 2016 when I wrote the book Speak with Power, which is the official text for the School of Eloquence. As at that time, my wife had tallied the amount of hours I had spent in class. It was well over, I think, about 10,000 hours. teaching. Focus. And here we are, 20 years after. In fact, it was from the School of Eloquence that I got drafted to serve as the special advisor on strategy and communications to the DG of NIMASA. The Director General happened to be my own student at the school. And that opened up a new path for me into the blue economy. Can you see why focus is important? Finish with one. Now, the School of Eloquence, as a brand with reputation, is pretty much established. The other time, they were having a program in Abuja and they wanted me to come to the center of Abuja. I said, I'm not coming. You guys should take the classes. I can move into this new space. And that's really the whole idea behind it. That's why focus is very important. Don't be in a hurry. Don't worry about, oh, but I may not have time. That's not your headache. Finish first with the job at hand. Get it done. Then you open the next chapter. So law 4 is the law of passion. Passion. Whatever does not fire you up will never fire you on. Whatever does not fire you up will not fire you on. Meaning, show me your excitement. Show me your excitement. Do you come alive? Do you come alive when you get into that particular space? Does it excite you? Does it energize you? That's the law of energy. When it's time to do it. What time is it now? 3:06 a.m. When it's time to do it, how long have I been speaking for now? An hour plus? Because there is passion. I should probably be drowsy now, but because I'm here doing this, I'm as alive as the Energizer Bunny, right? Because of passion. Speaking, any opportunity to speak, no matter how tired I feel. Once the subject matter is clear, I've done my homework, it's no longer about how I feel. Energy. There's always untapped energy to drive. Passion. Passion is the fuel. Always ask yourself, is there fuel in my tank for this? Do I get switched on instantly by way of looking forward to this? Who was talking about pets earlier on? Where's she? You may see? She's gone for a break. And she went on and on talking about it. She has a passion for it. I have no business with anything called a pet. Count me out. Except my children when they were babies. Count me out. Even now that they are in their teens, late teens, I still stroke their cheeks. I still try to play with them, even though they don't like it. But any other form of pets, I shall not be visiting your home. We'll have a Zoom meeting. But that's our thing. There's passion towards it. And that's the amazing thing. Each of us have got some fueling within us for something. We have some fueling within us for something that instantly charges us. Our batteries suddenly become charged. All bars are up. Even when there's one bar left, you continue to function as if you have the entire charge. Because that's it. The fueling system, that wiring, by way of interest, that wiring, by way of disposition towards that field, towards that business, towards that subject matter, whatever it might be. You've nurtured it. You've developed it. And it doesn't have to be strictly in one field. Find what fuels you. Passion is the fuel. Without it, you are a luxury car with or running on an empty tank. You'd go nowhere. That is the law of passion. It strengthens your capacity to desire within that space. Michelangelo himself once said that naked I see the camp of those who desire nothing. In other words, if you don't have a passion for something, it's only a matter of time. You'll be found out. You just find yourself hanging in there, but you can only hang in there for so long. Locate what enlivens you, what drives you, what fuels you, the sense of passion. That is the law of passion. Whatever does not fire you up can never fire you on. You will fizzle. I've been doing this 20 years. Now, I'm talking about the School of Eloquence, but my entire life, the only work I have ever done is as a speaker. I've never had any other work. All of my life has been professional speaker. I seem to remember my first fee. In fact, it was my first major fee. Then I think it was either Brilla FM when Brilla started. And I did a motivational session for them. I charged a fee of 60,000 naira back then. Who can do the math? Use AI to extrapolate the value of 60,000 naira today. What would it be? Anyone with their mobile phones, please. Just ask ChatGPT. 60,000 naira in 2002. Would it be 600K today? Okay. Value-wise. Okay. Okay, that was me starting. That was like my starting out fee. But the interesting thing was that after I finished, Dr. Larry Zaboje brought out his checkbook to write 60,000 naira and then change. He said, but you delivered so much value today. I can't in all good conscience give you 60,000 naira. I'm going to double it. I walked out of, I think it was the Eleganza building on Adeyemo, Alakicha in Victoria Island. Brilla FM used to occupy, I think, the top floor there. I walked out of that meeting with 120,000 bucks. It's a check. That's what? But I don't even charge that amount now. But that was my starting as a young speaker. All because I also said I wasn't going to be a pastor. Yes, because I remember my church back then in Surrey wanted to ordain me as a pastor. Because I could speak. Speaking was one of the first skills that I mastered very early, and that's because while I was on campus, I had my editorial platform, and I had members of my editorial team. So every week I had to speak to them. So through that process, I had to learn how to speak and to lead. Yes, please.
I'd like to correct it.
Okay.
60,000 naira in 2002 to value to 1.5 million.
1.5 million.
2026.
Okay.
So that means 120K
Mhm.
we value at 3 million in
20.
2026.
That's where we start. And we would have to argue back and forth for me to collect a 3 million naira at this level from anyone. Not, knowing that I'm a CSP. But I'm going somewhere with all of this. Finding what fuels you, enables you to grow. So please, strengthen what you're passionate about. Nurture it. Stay on that course. Feed it. Because like fuel, when the tank is running out, what do? You resupply. That's what you do. You resupply. And then you grow. And you grow, and you grow from there. So that's it about passion. Let's talk about the fifth law, the unbreakable laws of success. If you apply these laws, if you commit to them, if you're consistent with these laws, you will see the results. You will grow, you will evolve, you will become a person of value. You become an asset in every space you find yourself in because you are playing by the rules. You are playing by the rules. The rules of success. You are scientifically aligning yourself to the rock. Remember the rock principle? And so you can leverage the strength of the rock rather than the rock smashing you to bits or you breaking to pieces. Like Archimedes, you've built a lever and then you've taken it to the rock to leverage on it to move the world. Isn't that what Archimedes said? He said, give me a standing place and I will move the world. That has got to be the way we think. Success is scientific across the board and we must apply these principles. Law number 5 is the law of responsibility. If it's a mess, you own it. If it's a mess, you own it. Period. Blaming some other person will not change it. The sooner you understand it and you align, the better for you. The sooner as well, you can begin to make progress. If it's a mess, you own it. Whatever that mess might be. The law of responsibility. The buck stops here. As far as your life is concerned, I own it. I cannot scapegoat my boss. I cannot scapegoat my colleagues. I cannot scapegoat the country. In fact, I get it when it comes to holding leaders accountable in a democracy. But I don't have that time to scapegoat any politician. If they've created a mess, I am going to take responsibility. If they've created a mess by their policy and their decisions, I do not intend to spend my time scapegoating them, even when rightfully I should. I need to zero in and start looking for a solution. Let me tell you something that will interest you. And this is not politics, but it's clarity. There's never been a time when things were not hard and money was not scarce. There's never been a time. It's just that it gets worse, possibly, from one generation to the other. Money was scarce. I was on my NYC allowance was 1,500 naira. That's all I had. I'm telling you, that's all I had. But more than that, as a person of faith, I also had God. Very important. But you see, God is also going to ask you, what's that you have in your hands? So that we don't, because we're always very quick to look upward and point everything to Him. God places you here and places responsibilities on your shoulders. There are things you are responsible for. God removes Himself from that equation. There are things you and I, as human agents, are responsible for in our lives. So this law says the buck stops here. If it's a mess, I own it. You become the chief architect of your own outcomes. So you take responsibility. As I said, I have about 10 core members that work with me here at the school, and I'm sure they are probably used to it by now. I'm constantly on their case. And all I'm trying to do is to get them to awaken to these principles. Take responsibility. But this person, you are the face of it. Take responsibility for it. Even if you feel, oh, they could have done a better job, but you are here. Own it and grow. That redefines your life. That gives you a different paradigm. That makes you better off. It makes it even more advantageous for you. That you can then come in and say, fine, I'm part of this. I don't like it. I don't like who did this, that, or the other. But here we are. So I'm stepping up to the plate of ownership. That is what this law is about. If it's a mess, you own it. You don't blame. It's easy to blame. But to address it, to fix it, showing up and taking ownership of the situation, that is what the law of responsibility is about. Law number 6 is the law of planning. There are so many laws. Don't just rest on a few and think that's all there is. You must apply all of these laws. The law of planning. I'm sure you're very familiar with the saying that a failure to plan is a plan to fail. We're here and we started our public speaking, our Guinness World Record attempt for the longest public speaking marathon. We like to call it the longest public speaking relay because we have our baton, symbolic hands-off, within a marathon. Have we been planning? What is keeping us going with a lot of the exigencies we are even managing is because of what? Planning. we're noticing some things we're grappling with. We're just maybe 11 minutes away from 12 hours. That's half of day one. But we're on course. And because we've been planning, we've had about 3 rehearsal sessions. We had meetings, we discussed, we brainstormed, we shared ideas. What are some of the things we need to put in place logistically? The people we're inviting, at least we planned, for instance, to have each speaker speak for at least 20 minutes. Hasn't that given us an edge so far? It has. And we planned it. All of our transitions. We didn't just fold our arms. We planned the partnership with the NYSC. That is giving us some leverage. And that's what the law of planning is about. A failure to plan is a plan to fail. And planning is practical. Planning is practical. Functional orientation. Planning is mechanics. Boots on the ground. Facts, figures. The carrying it out, the outlining of what goes first, what comes next, what will be required. Asking of the questions, what if this doesn't work? What if this isn't available? Planning, I can imagine the number of times the technical people had to test out the equipment and allow the equipment to run for days. Planning, have we checked out this? What's our plan B? Or what's our option in case our internet goes off here? What do we need to have in place? Oh, we're expecting support from this corporate organization, but if eventually they turned us down, that's okay. What is our fallback? Or what if we don't get a response here or there? Planning. And I like the way Dwight D. Eisenhower, former American president and military general, puts it. He said, plans are nothing, but planning is everything. The law of planning. And we're consistent on the various chat groups, WhatsApp groups, doing everything, planning to get the letters out, planning with the witnesses, everything, just planning. What if? Who would step in? And so, thankfully, we're almost halfway through day one. The most sensitive, most complex, most demanding phase. Because this exercise is still in its infancy. But here we are. Almost 3:30 a.m., we're still standing. And that's enough to motivate us, to energize us, to strengthen our belief that 20 days is possible. After all, the journey of 1,000 miles must begin with the first step in the right direction. And I think we're on course. So planning is very important. Life only works if you plan. We're not spontaneous. We're intentional. Law number 7. Law number 7 is the law of immediacy. The law of immediacy. Emergency, the power of urgency. A good old friend of mine used to say, if you slack, you lack. Have you ever heard of that expression before? If you slack, you lack. Treat your goals like a medical emergency. You now have clarity. The law of meaning is there. There's direction. Now it's time to take action. Compulsion to closure, as Brian Tracy would put it. The law of immediacy. Why? Because without this law, one of man's greatest enemies, as far as his quest for achievement is concerned, creeps in to steal success. Do you know who that enemy is? Can anybody guess? Distraction? No, not distraction. Not time. Procrastination. Procrastination. That is, as they say, procrastination is the thief of time. Someone even added, not just the thief of time, but the thief of souls. Immediately, okay, what do we do? Let's take steps. Let's just take our time. Then procrastination, just knocking at the door, waiting for you to take your time. So once there is clarity, the law of vision is there, you have clarity as to what you want to do, the law of passion is there, the energy to drive your pursuit, then what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? That's the question. Law of immediacy. What are you waiting for? In fact, I remember my mentor, Professor Patu, told me when I was approached and I was pressured to take on the appointment at NIMASA in 2020. Was it 2020? Yes. My wife had been brought into the conversation and she was trying to talk me into changing my mind to take on the job, and what have you. I was very adamant because I really did not want to leave my position as the dean at the School of Eloquence. I had become so used to it, I had settled in fully, and I didn't see myself doing anything else. But as the pressure mounted and the door began to open for me to have a rethink, I had a phone call with my mentor, Professor Patu, told me. I said, Prof, look, this is what's happening. And you know the words that came out of his mouth? He said, look, I was 28 when I was sent as special advisor to the president. And then he said to me, what are you waiting for? You need government experience. I could feel that sense of immediacy, that sense of urgency. We must treat our goals with that mentality. Remember what we're doing today, the 20 days of eloquence, it was with immediacy. The moment I thought about it and prayed about it, in August as I was flying in from Abuja on the Saturday, by Monday, September, late September, just go on the website, let's just do it. I'm not going to discuss with anybody. It sounds outlandish and outrageous. I don't want to have that conversation yet. Let's see what happens. And then that went through, and Guinness World Record responds, oh, voila, this is it, let's do it. And here we are. So immediacy, very important. Do not delay. Sunday is a graveyard where dreams are buried. Taking your time is taking a risk, and an unnecessary risk. Most times, when you ask people about certain projects they should be doing or what their state of affairs is, and you hear the words, I'm taking my time, it's really not an answer. You know that. Most times, I'm just taking my time. They are neither here nor there. It means that there's complacency, there's not enough clarity. Only very few people can use the expression taking our time in a very meaningful way. Urgency. Bill Gates said when they rushed to set up Microsoft, He said in their case they were worried that someone else would get there before them, himself and Paul Allen. And that was why they rushed. He said, we were worried as the computer bubble or as the computer age was expanding. We were worried that someone else would get there before us. So we deployed the power of urgency. That's law number what? 7. Law number 8 is the law of association. That law simply states that you are stuck with your family, but you can choose your friends. Association determines destination. Association determines destination. I hope I won't end up speaking to see 3 sheets of witnesses and timekeepers. Association determines destination. You cannot fly with the eagles when you are scratching with the turkeys. Choose your friends wisely. Even the Bible makes it clear. A man that walks with wise men shall be wise, but a companion of fools shall be destroyed. One of the greatest blessings and one of the greatest values that I've had the privilege of experiencing and exploring, I would even say exploiting, towards succeeding in the way that I have done, has always been my mentors. The people that I draw from, I learn from, I associate with, I meet with, I interact with on an ongoing basis to learn from. The right pool, most of whom are higher than me in position, in exposure, in stature, in status, and then constantly being in that ecosystem forces me to raise my game, forces me to up my own ante. Association. The people you relate with, are they headed in the same direction? Are they thinking higher than you are to elevate you? Find the right company. Find the right associates. Find the right network. Find the right clan. Find the right tribe. If your goal is to be successful, is to be great at what you do, is to excel, ensure that your ecosystem mirrors your vision, mirrors your destination. If your ecosystem is totally different in terms of standards, I can assure you that your association, the quality of it, will pull you down. Go to certain places that matter because they provide you with the necessary lift. With eagerness, your interactions, they make a world of a difference. For me, it's always a matter of policy. Who I am spending time with, interacting with in my professional field, in my business endeavors. I'm always eager to meet with certain persons, to discuss certain things. I have a brain trust of friends and associates. I'm always eager to have them around. I can call them, oh, but when are we meeting? You should come around. We should meet up soon. These are the things going on. Show me the traffic on your mobile phone. Your interactions. And I can tell by checking on the WhatsApp groups you belong in. It will tell me almost instantly whether you are associating wisely. Association does affect destination. That's the law of association. That's the 8th law. Excuse me. I said there are 15 laws. Pardon me, there are actually 11, not 15. So I'll be done shortly. We've done 8, which is the law of association. Who are those in your circle? Who is your boss? Who is your mentor? Who is your colleague? Who is your friend? Who is your associate? Who is in your network? Who do you roll with? What associations are you a part of? What sort of places do you find yourself eager to go to frequently? Excuse me. Come, I need more of this. Thank you. Law number 9, my favorite, is the law of excellence. This is the law of quality. It's the law of setting standards. It's the law of ensuring that you always have what we call a high water mark. Not just aiming for that which is good enough. It's a law of exceptionalism. That whatever I set my mind to do, I must do it with the best of my abilities to the highest of standards, settling for nothing less. When I wanted mentors, I told myself, look, it had to be the very best in the business. Thank you. The very best of men and women with reputation, with recognition. Whatever it was going to take for me to meet them, to find them, I was prepared to do. I would write letters, several letters, repeatedly. I would like an audience. I see excellence in what you do. I want to have access to it, to understand it, to appreciate it, even if it's just to breathe in that air, that exposure, and to at least see what are the underpinnings so that it can help shape me in turn when I follow my own path. Excellence, high standards, commitment, a commitment attitudinally to doing things at the highest possible level. I think some 15 years ago, I got to truly understand excellence in a way that changed my mind, or should I say, shifted my paradigm so drastically when I was traveling to the UK, I was traveling to London. I used to do these quarterly courses on leadership, 2-3 day workshops. We'll have executives travel to the UK every quarter, and I'd have one or two of my colleagues in London come take the classes while I would just sort of vacation. I'd probably give one or two remarks, then leave the event, go upstairs to my hotel room, just relax and then come back. So we had boarded this British Airways flight. 10 p.m. we were supposed to take off. We boarded, the cabin, the aircraft doors were shut, the cabin crew started to get us settled in, and then we heard, after waiting for about 30 minutes, we kept wondering, this was meant to be 10 o'clock, it's about 10:30, we should be taking off now. So when we heard the pilot announce from the cockpit, oh, this is your pilot, blah, 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 and we heard, we have just finished refueling, and we'll be taking off shortly, but apparently there was some spill, or some spill of the fuel underneath the aircraft on the floor of the tarmac, and we've asked the team to come and clean up. And so we said, okay, we waited. Then 20 minutes later, we heard, this is your captain. All right, we should be taking off any moment soon, but they just finished the cleanup, but I'm not too satisfied for safety reasons. So I've asked them to come and do another round of cleanup. It was already 11 p.m. I was already worried because typically, once we land in London, I just get on the train and start running around for the class that was going to start that morning. By 11:30, we heard again, this is your captain. Once again, I'm going to apologize to you. I know they've done the cleanup, but I'm still not satisfied. I've asked them to come and do it one more time. By that time, how do you think the typical Nigerian like you and I were reacting? Tell me. Be honest. Angry, frustrated. Eventually, we took off at past midnight. This was a 10 o'clock flight, a 10 p.m. flight. And as we took off, I began to reflect on lessons in excellence. That's the spirit of excellence. He didn't say, let's manage it. At least they've done it once, they've done it twice. They even did it a third time. I'm sure people are already complaining, are you the only pilot? Are you the only person? This is what we do regularly. How is yours different? But you see, that's the mentality of excellence. That's the law of excellence. That you apply yourself assiduously to your pursuit, elevating it as a mission worthy of all attention, attention to detail, thoroughness, investment of every possible resource of time, energy, attention to guarantee quality at the highest possible levels. That's what excellence is about. Making sure that you are never found wanting and never settling for average. Oh, let's manage it. I learned something very important from a man by the name Dr. Gamaliel Onosode. This was some 12 years ago. I had the privilege of interviewing him a couple of years before he passed on. And I went to his house in Surulere, where he also had his office. Dr. Gabriel Onosode was a man of sterling character and qualities of integrity and honor. He used to be the chairman of Dunlop PLC. He was a notable Nigerian that was a huge success in his own right, his own generation. And I was interviewing him for the Achievers Journal. And he shared the story with us. He said when he was made the pro-chancellor of the University of Lagos. During his first meeting, he made it clear to the university authorities under him that there are two things he would not tolerate, because he believed in excellence. That if I was going to do something, I would have to do it very well, to the highest possible standards, because that's what excellence is about. It's not about location. You don't have to be or live in an exotic place or operate from an exotic location. No, it's the attitude. And he said, in that meeting, he looked at all of them face to face, from the vice chancellor to all of the top persons, the administrative people at the university, and said, as your pro-chancellor, there are two things I will not tolerate. Number one, and they are couched in two Yoruba expressions. The first one was, he called it komin. I don't know if you know what it means. That expression, komin. It doesn't matter. It's really okay. We can still go. It doesn't really matter. It's fine. He called it the komin syndrome. You do me a letter, and there's a smudge of ink on the paperwork, and you say komin. That's how it starts. In very little things that would undermine us all. Komin syndrome. And I took that to heart. This was a man who understood the law of excellence. Then he shared the other one. Another Yoruba expression. Ashishe lori. Does anyone understand what that means? You're like, what does that really imply? I mentioned it earlier on. Procrastination. Any little thing, okay sir, Ashishe lori, we'll work on it. Which was just a way of what? Passing up the hard work required at that moment in time. Ashishe lori. And I took those two nuggets to heart as far as excellence is concerned. So not just good enough. In fact, just good enough can be disqualifying to a person that is committed to excellence. So there are times I have people on my team tell me, it's okay. It's okay. I tell them, stop using that expression. When something comes up, it's okay. It's okay. No. Those are the remarks or expressions of mediocres. Any little thing is okay. Strive for excellence. That's the law of excellence. Law number 9. Law number 10, that's the final law. So I went from 15, I was mistaken, I apologize for that, to 11, there are actually 10 laws. I call this the keystone. It's the law of labor. The law of labor. Sweat is sweet. You must sweat it out. You must slug it out. You must get your hands dirty. You must apply yourself. Mentally, you must make your brain sweat. I'm sure my core members are here. I talk about that a lot, don't I? Show me your faces. They are laughing. Mentally, you must use your brain. You must labor it through. You think that ChatGPT will do the work for you? Look, it takes a laboring mentality to even get the most out of AI. AI is not an automatic pass, an automatic license that you have it all made. You must still apply yourself to come up with a prompt, and then the follow-up prompt, then the follow-through prompt, then you read. AI, if you're going to use artificial intelligence, most people don't like using AI. Why? Because it generates, and you have to read, and if you're going to read, it will force you to do what? To think. It will force you to think. So if you thought that AI came to make life a lot easier, no. AI is only making solutions a lot more accessible. It's accessibility, not ease. It's accessibility, not ease. So sweat is sweet. In the dictionary, sweat comes before sweet. But in today's world, all we just want is what? Sweet. Ease. I think there was a video, and you can look at what you can search for that video. Denzel Washington. He was talking about ease is a disease. It's a great disease. Wanting it easy all the time. Labor must complement any favors. People might do you favors that can enhance your prospects. But you still have to labor. You still have to put in the hard work. And as someone once said, success depends on the proper functioning of the sweat glands. So, all in all, know that these laws, these 10 laws, are binding on all of us. Everyone. And so your responsibility is to obey them. So at this point, I'd like to hand over the baton to our next speaker. You can carry on.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I know it's been a long ride, right? Yeah, and that's a very wonderful and explicit one from the dean of the faculty. Okay, but carrying on now, I'll be talking about the power of atmosphere, designing your media landscape for good. Designing your media landscape for good. So we're not just what you eat, but you are what you consume. And your screen time scripts your consciousnness. Your screen time scripts your soul. So when you think of the media, when you think of the media landscape in this current day and time, in this 21st century, it's not just about a part of your atmosphere that you just have to take lenient, but it's a part you have to be intentional about. Because from the moment you wake up till that point your head hits the pillow again, you are constantly surrounded with images. You're surrounded with content. You're surrounded with videos. And all of these things slowly influence your thinking. They influence your behavior. They influence your belief. You might just say, oh, I'm just scrolling through the social media or through TikTok. Or probably you're just looking at the fact that, oh, I'm just watching a video. But all of these are re-engineering both your mind. And if you don't intentionally structure them for good, if you don't become intentional about them, it silently and slowly work against the value you're supposed to guard. It's work against the value you're supposed to protect. And that's why when you think of your media sphere, when you think of your media landscape, it's important you know it's a potent part of your atmosphere. And when I mean it's a potent part of your atmosphere, what do I mean? You have to know it's not just informative. It's not just physical, but it's informative. And when you understand it's informative, you'll be intentional about what you feed your eyes with. You'll be intentional about what you think with your heart. You be intentional about what you hear. And so the first thing I would like to talk about now is the fact that your media engineers your mindset. Your media space engineers your mindset. And this is an example of that. A 30-minute video can leave you inspired. A 30-minute video can push you to achieving your daily goal. And another 30-minute video that is not motivational, that is just cylindrical, can leave you fearful, dreadful, and even stop you from carrying out your daily action. So when you understand this, you intentionally now build a media space that reflects your value. And for you to do this, there's something you must be aware of. You must become intentional about, the things that flows in your background noise. And you must be intentional about the things you allow into your mind. And for you to do this, I'll be talking about the 3 types of media influence. And these 3 types of media influence, they are not solely dependent on the kind of content you are consuming. It's also depending on the kind of consumption you have about them. So it's not really about words, it's about what you do with the words and what you do after consuming the words. So the 3 types of media influence is engineered by your consumption. And the first one is passive consumption. What do I call passive consumption? You just carry your phone, you're just scrolling through, and it's 2-3 hours already, and you feel, I just said let me scroll through. Or you're just listening to a podcast, but you're not really paying full attention, and it's 1-2 hours already. Although this sometimes is not completely harmful, but then it clouds your awareness and it dulls your consciousness. You just like, later when something happens, you'll be like, oh, and I think I saw the information somewhere, but I can't really remember it. And because you cannot even remember, you can't apply it when situation arises. So that's passive consumption. It influences you, right? But it's dependent on your consumption, like the level of intention and focus you invested in it. And the second level now, or the second type of influence, is dependent on what I call reflective consumption. When we say reflective consumption, what do we mean? Reflective consumption is that point where you intentional, either read a book, watch a podcast, or listen to certain contents for the purpose of either insight, for the purpose of personal growth, or even for the purpose of making decision. So even before getting the media, you're intentional that this is what I want. So because of that, you reflect in that direction. You think in that direction as you consume the media, as you consume whatever it is you're consuming. Is it that video you're watching, or is it an article you're reading, or is it even a book you're reading? You have a direct goal, you have a precise goal, and your consumption will be directly wired towards that. And the third form of consumption is what I call transformational consumption. This is the kind of consumption that leads to an impact, either in or influence in your mind, in your habits or lifestyle. And to explain this, I'm going to give an example. I remember back then when I was in school as an undergraduate, where I had a course on nutrition, and the lecturer taking that course began to tell us some of the advanced effects of drinking soda drink, like some things like Coke and the like soda drink now, carbonated drink. And while she was taking that, I now began to imagine the effects those drinks is causing on our health. And I was telling myself in the classroom that day that I would stop taking soda drink. But it didn't stop that way immediately. I had to go back again, because I had to go back to the hostel. When I got back to the hostel, I researched myself, because now desire for a certain kind of health now pushed me to the next level, which was clarity. Yes, I had desire, but through that desire I was able to research more personally, and I gained more clarity on what she was saying. And from the clarity, that had not still led to an action that, okay, now you stop taking soda drink. That clarity led me to another step, which is decision. So immediately you've consumed you've gotten an information that, oh, this is really what I'm supposed to do. The drive, the desire of the result of that information will push you more for clarity. And when it's pushing for clarity, at that point when you've gained enough knowledge, the next thing you have to do is to make decision. If you make that media transformative, if you make it transformational in your life, to make decision. So at that point I make decision, okay, I said, okay, I won't be taking it again. But now it's possible you make a decision, I'll gym tomorrow, I'll do this tomorrow, and you just be like, oh, it's already 2 a.m. p.m. already. And someone asks you, you really did what you said you would do. You realize that, oh, I forgot, or something. So at that point, what did I do? I take was intentional action. And what I got intentional action at this point, I start telling my friends, this is what I want to do. I want to stop taking soda drink. When I attend conference or any program and I'm giving soda, I don't even collect it at all. Because collecting it is later being tempted to take it. And when I start collecting it, I give it out to people. At that point, I know I've built a level of stability. Now, if you collect, I know, even while collecting it, I already know what I'm giving. So I said that to say that it's not really intrinsically about a media. Yeah, we know some media can be bad, but media that is bad for you may be good for me. So intrinsically, any media can be transformative. Either toxic one or the one you culturally believe is good. But for it really to be transformative to you, you have to be intentional about your consumption of the media. You have to be intentional about the level of focus you invest in it. And that's why this also leads me to say, over time, there's something that you start reflecting either the language or the words of the media you consume. You probably listen to a certain kind of individual, you follow some certain kind of individual. As you communicate, as you speak, the language they use, sometimes you even say it subconsciously. Why? Because over time, you've listened to those individuals. Because over time, you followed them. And sometimes, if you're not intentional about this, imagine you're not following the wrong persons. Probably you're following the people that what they are releasing there is not aligning with your value. And slowly you gradually build, a digital ecosystem that even fight against you. That's why when some individuals say, they spend 2-3 hours and they just wasted their time. For me, most time I didn't waste my time. And I'm going to explain why I said that. And the reason why it's like that is because I've intentionally, built that media atmosphere that reflects my value. And I'm going to be sharing the 5 steps I actually use or applied in doing that. And the first step is first, I identify the value I want. Because you can't actually determine what you want when you've not determined who you want to be. So I actually identify, okay, this is the kind of person I want to be. This is the kind of skill I want to build. This is the kind of profession I want to work in. So that clear vision, that clear goal now made me know, okay, this is the channel I should subscribe to. This is the channel I shouldn't subscribe to, which now leads me to the second step. After identifying a clear goal, the second step, which is decluster your current media space. Now you have a value that you have a goal that this is what I want to achieve. You have to now decluster your current one by unfollowing the channels that does not align with that value you set. Unfollowing the content you formally subscribe to that does not align with what you've set for yourself now. And the third step now is the goal is not to go silent, but the goal is to go strategic. And what do I mean by this? As you remove, you replace. Because the goal is not to go silent, the goal is to go strategic. So as you're removing this one, you're replacing it. So as you remove noise, you replace it with nutrients. You replace it with the right content that serve you. And the fourth one you have to do is you have to channel what I call edutainment. You have to learn how to channel education into entertainment. Because until you do that, your 2-3 hours will always be a waste. Your 2-3 hours that, okay, I just want to scroll through, I just want to check 1 or 2 notification, would always be a waste. But when you intentionally, channel your entertainment with education, it becomes that soil where your growth takes root. And the 5th one, which is have screen free time. And what do I call screen free time? It's actually a time, it can be in the morning, probably the first hours when you wake up. You just meditate. You give yourself something solid before the storm of the day begins. You just meditate. And late, before going to bed, late before sleeping, you reflect. You're just trying to look over all the things I've actually aimed at doing today. Did I really achieve them? You reflect. So those 2 times will protect your focus in the morning and will protect your reflection in the evening. Those screen time. And there's also something important we also must identify after building this system now. There's something you must identify. And that thing you must identify is the fact that you have to determine what stay and what goes when it comes to your media sphere. And you have seen a notification over times that you be like, a notification like, so person you follow and so person you follow also follow this person. So imagine you're following the wrong persons. It means the algorithm will be suggesting the wrong things to you. Why? Because that's what you follow. That's what you subscribe to. That's what you like. That's what you comment. So I say that to say that you determine what stays and what goes. So this is not about all someone telling you, okay, subscribe to my channel alone. But it's you in building an algorithm that works for you. An algorithm that reflects your goal. An algorithm that reflects your value. That even, I often share this experience with people that if I should scroll, let me say on YouTube or Facebook for instance, like the book I've been reading for the first few months of the year has been the book I've seen, under 2 minutes, just video YouTube blog, just under 2 minutes. I've seen books like, even me, more than 4 books for the year. Which means that my little scrolling I was doing is giving me more work. I don't know if you're getting me. Pushing me more to go forward, to go towards what the goal at set. Pushing me to study more. Pushing me to attain my daily activity, my daily to-do in achieving my goal. Why? Because I intentionally built that kind of algorithm. So if I'm the one I wake up in the morning and just scroll through, I'm not just scrolling, it's like I'm giving myself a lot of work, and that's why I hardly can even spend 1 hour on a whole just scrolling. Because when I just watch a 2-minute video, I can end up writing a lot from the video. Why? Because I've built that algorithm to that extent. I've built that algorithm intentionally by deciding what I like, what I react to, what I follow. Because when I follow something creative, something that aligns with my value today, it means tomorrow algorithm will suggest that to me. And as I do this, I'm also intentionally about what I dislike. Because it's me telling the algorithm that don't show me this content again. I don't know if you're getting this. So it's important. Because until you do this, your algorithm will not reflect your value. And if it does not reflect your value, it won't take you to where you're going. If it does not reflect your value, it won't take you to the life you want to build. And that's why I said, there's an atmosphere where everything works. That even your digital space works for you and not against you. But this takes what? Intentional action. This takes you deciding first and going for what you want. That's why I also said initially, I said it's not really about what you consume, right? But it's about what you do with what you consume. That's why the influence of media on you also depends largely on your consumption of it. Is it passively? Is it reflectively? Is it transformationally? So which of them are you really doing? Because the same information in that class that transformed me, that changed me for more than 3 years now, I've not taken soda drink. It's the same thing other people heard, and they continue with their life. So sometimes it's not about the information, it's about what you do after hearing the information. And for this to happen, you must be intentional about it. So you must intentionally design that media space that reflects your vision, that reflects your value, that reflects your goal. And when you do this, it becomes that soil where your goals now take root. Even when you are scrolling through, you're gaining value. You're gaining value. Another thing you have to understand when it comes to algorithm, visibility is directly proportional to what? Engagement. So the more you engage a certain content, the more people will see it. Imagine, someone just saying that invest, build multiple stream, and be disciplined, you build wealth. Yes, originally the person is not lying. Another person saying that how I make $500 in 1 month using my phone. Which one will get more engagement? The other one. Because somehow it's more catchy, right? And because of that, algorithm would even tend to show more people that one because it's getting more more comments. People are just saying in the comment section, how do you do it? What should I do? What are the steps? And sometimes, so visibility when it comes to media does not necessarily mean what's value. Because something is everywhere does not mean it's valuable. So, but when you understand this, you become intentional about your digital space. And you make it reflect not your past, but your future. You make it reflect the life you want. You make it reflect the version of you want to become. And when you begin to do this, your media space becomes that, that fertilizer. That fertilizer that enhances you. That fertilizer that pulls you forward, even on your most exhausted day. So as I've said earlier, for this to really happen, you must be intentional about your consumption rates. You must be intentional about your decision on how you consume the media content you're consuming. Because it shapes your consciousness, it shapes your belief, and it inevitably determines or influences the behavior you exhibit at all time. The media landscape. So it's not really about the content. It's about what you do with the content. It's about what you do after consuming the content. So the question I would like to ask everybody, if your future self is actually curating your media content, what will that your future self choose? If your future self is scrolling through Facebook, your Facebook accounts now, or your TikTok accounts, what will that your future self choose? What channel will that your future self subscribe to? And what channel will that your future self unfollow? So even as you subscribe to the right content, unfollow the wrong one too. Because until you unfollow them, the algorithm will still be showing you more of this content. And that's why I also believe you can't really be on the fence when it comes to your media landscape. You can't be on the fence. You can't say, oh, I'm just on a group. I'm not really engaging, I'm not commenting, I'm not liking, I'm not really interacting with anyone. Because since you're there, the algorithm is only seeing a green light. And it keeps showing you more of that content. Because the algorithm believes you want it, and that's why it's not even making suggestion that so person you follow and so person you follow also follow this person, which means trying to tell you that you definitely want to follow, because if you follow them, it means you should also follow this person. So imagine you build that atmosphere, that digital space that really reflects your value. It means it will show you more of your value. So when you scroll for 10 minutes or 1 hour, you're not wasting your time. You're not. As I said earlier, I said, when I scroll now, when I just decide to scroll 20-30 minutes, I'm building more. Because I didn't even intend to read those books I've read for the year. I didn't intend to read them. I didn't intend, but just because of 2 minutes, less than 2 minute video, I got more than 4 books I'm supposed to read for the year, which I've started. Why? Because of the media space I intentionally designed. So when you design this type of media space, the more you go online, you see the more you have things to learn. Your algorithm begin to reflect your value to you. Your algorithm begin to reflect those in your field to you, and when you see their content, you'll be pushed, you'll be pushed to a better version of yourself. You'll be pushed to want to do more. You'll be pushed to want to achieve your daily goal. You'll be pushed to want to become that better version of yourself you've always dreamed of. Why? Because you design the right media landscape. And the way the world is going, you can't really ignore it. You can't. You can't ignore the media landscape. So it becomes wisdom when you leverage on it. It becomes wisdom when you leverage, because it's always with you. Every day you're with your phone, either your laptop, your mobile phone, your tab, you're with it every single second, every single minute. So imagine you integrate education into it, into your entertainment. You integrate your value into it. See, it becomes a leveler. It levels you. A lever that levels you. So for this to happen, as I started with earlier, you must be intentional about your consumption. Because the influence is not really determined by the type of media or by the level of consumption, by the kind of consumption, by the way you consume the media, by the level of focus you invest in it, by the mindset you have that, okay, after this media, then what next? After consuming this, then what decision will I make? Because until you become intentional about what you want to do next, you will not really become intentional about your mode of consumption. So you're not just what you eat, you are what you consume. And that your screen time shapes your consciousness. So media sometimes could be a loud teacher or could be a slow teacher. And sometimes even loud and obvious. But it's important you script your subconsciousness. And when you know something script your subconsciousness, when you not intentionally build a system that shows the right media content to you, then your subconsciousness is automatically rewired to reflect your value, to enhance your goal, and to make you become that better version of yourself. And for this to happen, you have to be intentional about your media atmosphere. So now, I would like to pass the mic to the next speaker.
Good morning, everybody. Wow. Round of applause for yourselves. Come on. It's been great. This is 12 hours already, and I've been listening. I've been imparted. Have you been imparted? I really like the last speaker and the speaker before him. He spoke about the algorithm, about intentionality in the algorithm. And I will link that to what Mr. Ubong said. Mr. Ubong said that the people you associate with determine how your life would be. Those whom you associate with can either take you up or bring you down. And so your algorithm also tells us who you associate with. So the people you associate with in your algorithm can either take you up or bring you down. Are we together? So at this hour, I would like to talk about self-awareness. The self-aware individual, the emotionally intelligent individual. I would like to start by asking you a question. Is there a negative emotion? There's negative emotion. Who can tell me a list of negative emotions? Anger, sadness, anger, sadness, hunger is a feeling, yes? Frustration, anxiety. anger, sadness, frustration, anxiety, I'd like to ask a question. Is there a resolution without anger? Is there a resolution without anger? Not really. Have you ever experienced sadness and all of a sudden experienced happiness? Did the sadness make you appreciate the happiness? Not really. So for example, light goes off, everywhere is dark. All of a sudden, light comes on. How do you feel? But there was light throughout and light suddenly went off. It's because the light went off that you appreciated the light. If the light did not go off, you will not appreciate it. I'll tell you a short story. A certain popular king in one of the popular religions, Christianity, asked a lady to dance to him. And I'm sure that there was no TikTok video. And I'm sure that there was no dirty whining. Because I do not know what was so special about this lady's dancing that the king was so full with joy. He said, you know what? Anything you want, my darling, I'll give it to you. To the ends of my kingdom, for your dance, I'll give it to you. And this lady said, I just want the head of John. I don't want anything, just the head of John. And because the king was very happy with someone's dance, John was beheaded. Is happiness now a good emotion? The truth about emotional intelligence and self-awareness is that the first thing you learn is no emotion is negative and no emotion is positive. If you ever allow yourself to be overpowered by any emotion, be it happiness, be it sadness, be it bliss, be it anger, be it love, be it hatred, you are definitely going to make a terrible decision. Out of too much love, a parent would pamper their child and say, oh, this child that I prayed for, this child I looked for, I'm going to show you all the love in the world. You're not going to go through what I went through. And in pouring so much love, you are blinded to your child's weaknesses, and you are blinded to your duty as a parent to train the child, and you end up corrupting a beautiful gift given to you. Out of too much love and desire for a partner, you might be blinded to their weaknesses. You might be blinded to how toxic this partner is for you, and you find yourself in the wrong place. Out of too much joy from earning a certain salary, you might spend everything. You think you have 1 million, you remove 5,000, and 1 million becomes 4,000. Out of too much joy, you drink what you should not drink. You smoke what you should not smoke, and you lose your life. No emotion is negative. No emotion is good. But you should never allow yourself to make decisions based on how you feel. So what are these things called feelings? Why are they there? I would like to talk about anger and your instincts in your feelings. Do you know that for you to exist at this moment in time, on April 2nd, 2026, It means that one of your ancestors was a warrior. It means that one of your ancestors was living with a wild animals, or wild animal rather, because once upon a time there were no buildings. Once upon a time we were neighbors to animals. And what your ancestors had that kept them alive was very strong instinct. Instinct to know when a lion wanted to eat them. Instinct to know when a snake wanted to bite them. And so this instinct in them is what gave them the strength to kill this wild animal or escape the wild animal. And those instincts are passed through your DNA. The feelings that you have, the characteristics that you have, are also passed through your DNA. Probably the trauma of your ancestors, probably the joy of your ancestors, probably the thought pattern of your ancestors are put in your bones, are put in your DNA, and you have no control of your feelings. Now, who you truly are is discovered in heat or in cold. Some people think I'm very gentle. I've never hurt a butterfly. I can never hurt a cockroach. I can never kill a rat. Some people believe they are gentle and have no idea how lethal they can be until those lethal expressions are triggered. And we do not know all our triggering points. At a point in time, we think this is what triggers us, but we do not know all our triggering points. For example, if I were to ask the gentleman in front of me, yes sir, what triggers you? It depends. Mention one. When someone is not listening to what you're saying, are you the first child? You are the second. Do you teach? Not really. But you get triggered. What did you study? Do you like listening yourself? Oh wow. So if you listen to someone, you're showing them love. So listening for you now is a love language. And that is why it can trigger him. And he might be talking to you, and you wouldn't know that by not listening to him, you are not giving him attention, you are not showing him respect. We all have different types of triggers. I would like to ask Elijah, what triggers you? That's a very key point. She likes her things to be where she wants it to be. So for adventure now, you're sharing a room with a friend, a sister, a cousin, or you are married, and the person has the habit of rearranging something you have arranged. That's triggering. A lot of times, when building relationships, friendships, marriages, family ties, one of the things that destroys relationships is that people do not know each other's triggering points, and we have not mastered our triggering points. In emotional intelligence, we have what we call the TFA. It's called trigger, feelings, action. When somebody does something out of surprise, it is not a surprise. Something has been triggered, the person has felt something, and the person has taken an action. So for example, you're working in an office, and let us say the head of the office is Mr. Paul. And you guys are planning for an event, a very big deal, Guinness World Record. No, let me use Guinness World Record. Let me use the spelling bee contest, alright? And then things don't go the way you planned. come inside. And then he says, you know what? How could you have messed up this project so badly? Bra, 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 bra. Get out of my office. 4 people come out of the office. The first person begins to cry. How can he be so mean? How can somebody talk like this? Is it because of money? Why are you disrespecting me like this? Yeah! That's the first person. The second person is just looking. The third person hits the wall. And the fourth person is laughing. So, let's talk about the first person that was crying. I need your participation. Why was the first person crying? The persons have been bruised. What thoughts were in that person's mind to make that person's feeling bruised?
Obviously, I mean, the person must have put in a lot of effort, but then things didn't go their way, and we felt this person should have at least acknowledged the effort.
Yeah.
Should have not acknowledged.
Thank you very much. The person has put in a lot of effort and the person did not feel acknowledged. Or some people say that person is emotional. But what if the person is passionate? What if the person was even telling the teammates, let's work together, and the teammates did not listen? That person felt alone, right? The person that was just looking, why were they just looking? Why was that person just looking? Oh my God. So the person has something else in his mind or her mind. The person wasn't paying attention, the person has something else in his mind.
So it could be that the person has not been triggered.
The person has not been triggered. Or the person, probably the person's mother used to shout at the person at home. I met someone that told, yeah, someone told me that he has, what they call this, Captain American shield. There's nothing you can tell him. Because the words his father has told him, there's nothing you can say, he can't cry. And I met someone who told me that she's an observer, that when you are talking to her and you are shouting a lot, she's only looking and listening to what she needs to hear and trying to see how she can solve the issue and make you feel better. Okay? Now, the person who hits the wall, why did the person hit the wall? Out of anger? Yeah?
The person's feelings have been triggered also, and it resulted in the outburst of anger.
The outburst of anger. Would you say that the person that was crying and the person who hits the wall have the same kind of emotion?
No.
No. Why?
The person crying is more emotional, and then the person who hits the wall, I think that person expresses himself more, and that's the anger more.
Expresses anger more. But the person crying is also angry, don't you think?
Yes. Well, their feelings instead of actions.
Okay. What about the person that is laughing?
That's also another feeling.
Another feeling.
Person could try to like, okay, no one can put me down. I know I've done my best. Well, I'm not trying to feel bad now. Instead, I just want to. I think that person is just a kind of person that has a positive outlook. Okay, yes, it has gone this way. What do I have to take from this? Instead of being at his fault and wallowing in self-pity.
Yes. I know some people mask their pain in laughter.
Yes.
Some people they feel a lot of pain and they're in pain. They want to cry. Instead of crying, they are laughing. And it could have been that he's the person that said, I told you, I knew this thing was going to flop. Probably when they got called into the office, he said, he'd be like, say, it's like we're in trouble, they are going to shout at us. He's already expecting it. And so when it happens, he's not surprised. He's just laughing. And you guys may not even consider that the person who was just looking might already have their passports and their visa lottery ready to leave the country. And the person laughing has probably applied for a new job elsewhere and is like, anyway, I'm just counting down. This your shouting doesn't mean anything to me. One day I'll be out of here. You see, 4 different actions. 4 different triggers in the same situation. I tell people this. You see 4 widows. They are not the same. You cannot compare one widow to another widow. You have a widow whose husband left an inheritance for her. You have a widow whose relative took her inheritance from her. You have a widow who has nothing but has business acumen. And you have a widow that has been enjoying her life throughout her life, whose husband left nothing for her, who has never experienced tragedy before and is suddenly bewildered by widowhood. And you will see different types of emotions coming out of these 4 women. You have 4 different types of single women. You have the single woman who grew up in a happy home. You have the single woman that was molested. You have the single woman whose boyfriend stole everything from her. You have the single woman who has always met guys who shower her with love. Their approach, their speeches will be different. You cannot expect them to have the same outlook to life. You have 4 different types of single mothers. You have a single mother who has never been married. You have a single mother who decided never to be married. You have a single mother whose husband promised her the world and abandoned her for another girlfriend. You have a single mother who was raped to become a single mother. These 4 women are single mothers, but they are not the same. You can never box a human being based on their gender, based on their beliefs, based on their religion. You have different types of Christians. You have different types of Muslims. You have different types of people. And you cannot approach anybody the same way you approach another person. I tell you that twins come out at the same time from the same womb, and they are 2 different people. And so when you are dealing with people, you are dealing with emotions. You are dealing with their thoughts. What does emotion mean? Who can help me out here? What does emotion mean? I'm a school teacher. I love questions. And I can assure you that this class is packed with lots of them. Alright, lady in red. What does emotion mean? You're thinking about it? Lady in green, what does emotion mean? Yes, you? Your feelings. Somebody else wants to help me out here? Yes? Somebody's looking like a lawyer. Now you're black and white. Reminds me of lawyers. What does emotion mean?
Like personal feelings.
Personal feelings. Feelings. Personal feelings. Emotions is a Greek word. It means thoughts in motion. Let's say that. So I want you guys to think about it. So emotions are your thoughts moving. Motion. E. Thought. Thoughts moving. So what you are thinking about, moving. So if you are thinking happy thoughts, happiness will show. If you are thinking sad thoughts, sadness will show. If you are thinking frustrated thoughts, frustration will show. And our emotions are triggering. Our emotions are triggered. Should peradventure certain amount of money enters your account, 10 times what you have been praying for, even though you want to be calm, your calmness will not be too calm. If somebody is shouting, you'll be like, it's gonna be fine. Everything is going to be all right because something nice has entered. Okay? Because your thoughts move. Your thoughts have emotions. So you must have power over them. Say after me, I have power over my emotions. I have power over my thoughts. I have power over my actions. One of the things that shows and triggers a lot of us is conflict. And conflict is everywhere, especially on the internet. Some people prefer certain platforms to other platforms. Some people prefer TikTok to Instagram. Some people prefer Instagram to Twitter. You know, I feel if you go to Twitter or TikTok, you have a lot of hearts. It means that you are ready to meet people. You are ready to test certain words. Because you might actually say something very innocent on this internet, and somebody will turn it round on you and give you the beating of your life with their mouth. Truth about it is that not everybody you are interacting with online is normal. Some of them are interacting with you from prison. Some of them are interacting with you from their frustration. And you are allowing their frustration to take sleep away from you. And you are responding to somebody in prison. Conflict. Thomas Kilmann tells us 5 basic ways to handle conflict. And I'm going to break it down to us very easy. We are starting with the lion. Now when it comes to conflict, the lion is the competitor. Alright? Now when there is conflict, there can be a form of competition. Some people have conflict for money. They compete for the highest position in the office. Alright? Some people compete for attention. Probably you're a musician, or you're an actor or an actress. Your conflict could be for your audience, for people to like you more than the other person. And you decide to compete. There is conflict in the home between parents and children. And most of the time, if you grow up in Africa, your parents always compete. It is their way or the highway. No other way. They don't listen. That is the lion competing. In the office now, or in power dynamics in life, or in politics, people choose to compete when they feel their authority is being diminished. Alright? So you could be standing with your boss, talking to your boss, and trying to give your boss new ideas. And the boss is like, who does this person think he or she is? Is it because they know how to type computer, or they are very fast with their phones, and the person decides not to listen to your ideas? And what do? You cower down. You become a turtle. The next approach to conflict is to be a turtle, and that is to avoid. Now, in relationships, when people choose to avoid, they are killing themselves. Of course, there are situations in life when I would say it's better you just avoid. For example, somebody has a conflict with you based on your opinion on your social media page. You probably took a video of yourself as a content creator and you shared your opinion and you put it online. Then somebody then goes and comments, you are not well. It is your decision to respond and lower yourself to their level. And it is your decision to say, you know what, I don't need this. You probably could be in prison right now. There's no need for me to respond. Each method in approach to conflict is good. It depends on what is happening. As a person, usually I'm a dove. I'm accommodating. And secondly, I'm collaborating or I compromise. I hardly am a turtle. Okay? And I'm hardly a lion. But when it comes to me establishing my authority in my home over my children, especially when they are not yet teenagers, definitely I'm a lion. I'm going to say, no, you don't know what you're doing. I'm your mother. I'm telling you to go and learn coding. Now that you're in primary one, you learn it now. Ballet dancing is not going to give you any money in the future. I mean, ballet is good, it's nice, but you need to be exceptionally good in ballet for it to give you money. That's a white-dominated industry. We are Africans, okay? Learn something that is going to give you cash. Alright? And I can do that for the first 10, 15 years of the child's life. Even by the time the child is 15, the child says, my passion is ballet. I want to pursue ballet. Okay, fine. But you know how to code. In case ballet doesn't succeed, you can find your way elsewhere. Alright? It is my right to do that as a parent. Why? Because I see ahead of the 6-year-old. I see ahead of the 7-year-old. That is when I can be a lion. That is how to handle conflicts. But now when I'm relating with my siblings, my brothers, my sisters, my husband, or my friends, I need to calm down. I can't be a lion in relating with my brother. Maybe I could when we were children because I'm many years older than him. But now that we are adults, he's way taller than me. He towers over me. Matter of fact, if he should stand beside me, I feel small, which is very difficult. I hardly feel small. Is that the person I want to compete with? I need to get his attention. I need to listen to him. So most of the time, I'm a dove. I accommodate. I say, you know what? What do you suggest we should do? I listen to him. He listens to me. And then from accommodating, we graduate to compromising. You know what? I think that your method is better than my method. I would forfeit my method for you. I think we should go your way. And at the end of the day, if he chooses to compromise and I choose to compromise, then we are collaborating. I give up something, he gives up something, and then we settle amicably. There are different ways of managing conflicts in life. The problem with a lot of people, and the reason why a lot of relationships are not working in the office, in school, at home, with your friends, with your spouses, is because people have not mastered the art of conflict. Peace is not the absence of war. Peace is the ability to fight and to fight well. A lot of people are turtles. A lot of people are lions. Turtles avoid conflict. I don't want to fight. Mi ò fẹ́ wàhálà. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. And what do? You are backbiting. What do? You gossip. Then you punish yourself with painful emotion, because emotions are feelings that come from your thoughts. And if I talk now, she will shout. If I talk now, he will shout. He always likes to have things his way. Now wow. This self-punishment, this people-pleasing makes you come out as manipulative. And when you choose to be a turtle, people that you are avoiding to encounter don't trust you. And they will not do the same thing for you. They will not cower for you, and they will not bow their own desires for you. And what that does is, it is frustrating. A certain firstborn was frustrated with her siblings. She had sacrificed everything for them. And this was on a talk show when she was talking about the sacrifices she had made for her family. She had given her all to them, and yet they were ungrateful. If only she had said the truth when she should have. If only she should have said, you know what, I'm bleeding. I know you are the youngest brother, but now you are 18. Now you are 19. You can be responsible. You can do something for yourself. She won't be feeling guilty as she is right now. She won't be feeling down as she is right now. And when she wanted to stop giving them herself and cutting her heart for them, they resented her for it. Because the human mind and the human brain loves to tell lies. Not that it loves to tell lies. I would say our brain is a muscle that is trained. So for example, if you are in the habit of eating chocolate, even when you finish eating food, you might still feel hungry until you eat chocolate. Did your brain lie to you? No. It is what you have trained the brain to believe, that chocolate is good for you. It is the same thing that drug addicts encounter. Are the drugs good for them? No. But they have taught their brain and taught their entire body system not to function without drugs. And so they cannot function without it, except they are rehabilitated. Rehabilitation is like saying renewed. Except their minds are renewed, they may not be able to overcome it. And so, that thought process, you have taught your family that you are the provider. You have taught your mother that you are the hero. You have taught your father that you can do his job. And you have taught your siblings to look up to you. For you to suddenly turn your back on your family, their brain will tell them you are evil. And they will definitely respond to you that way, because you have been avoiding the truth all your life. If you stood up for yourself from the inception and said, you know what, I cannot give more than this. Even God, who created human beings, does not take more than 10%. If God doesn't take more than 10%, I can't give you more than 5%. If you had spoken up from inception, they would have said, oh, she's a barbed wire. Oh, she's a torchlight. If you ask her for too much, she will start sparking. So their brain will tell them that you will spark. Even when you have become kinder and you are more giving, their brain will still tell them that you will spark, and everything will be controlled. So I would advise that you keep away from avoiding conflict. It does not benefit anybody. It doesn't benefit you. It does not benefit the people involved. You can be a dove. You can be accommodating, but not always. Know when to be a lion. Choose your battles wisely. Let me ask you all to do something. Write down your 5 core values on a piece of paper or on your phone. 5 core values. 5 things that you know you cannot do without. Five things that you know define you. If you've written your 5 core values, please raise your hand. This is quite a pause. You've written your own, lady in green? Yeah? Please, can you mention them? You've not written it. You're thinking about it. Have you written yours, sir? Thinking about it. Is our cameraman writing it too? You're done with yours? Okay. So mention them. Integrity. Excellence. Honesty. Passion. Okay, which one will you remove? Yes. Let's say you don't have, actually just remove one. It's no more your core value.
No, my core value.
Yes.
Okay, I can move honesty because I can still it under integrity.
So she removed honesty to sneak under integrity. Interesting. What about you? Mention your five.
Alright, so I have honesty,
Honesty,
service to God,
service to God,
diligence,
diligence,
excellence,
excellence, and success. Which one can you remove?
none.
None. Mention your own. Yes, sir. Honesty, self, love. Very good, yeah. Confidence, success, excellence. Remove one. None. Ha. Please, sir, have you written yours? Mention them. Accountability, self-motivation, sir, optimism, resourcefulness, reliability. Remove one. Ah, so you're no more reliable. You see, it's just a test, yeah? The fact that you remove it from the paper that you wrote it on or from the phone doesn't mean you removed it from your heart. You are not defined by what is on that paper. You are not defined by what is on that phone. Sincerely, you are defined by who you are and what your feelings truly are. Never forget that. So, do you feel you have power over your emotions though? Always? Always? Not always? When do you feel you don't have power over your emotions?
Personally, when you make plans, things don't work the way you planned it or the way you're expecting it to get. Just for you, I get disorganized
As an unpleasant surprise.
and yes.
So, for example, somebody is very angry. Very, very angry. They think that, oh, this their anger is so much. Let's look at, some people love to be organized, like she said. So you arrange the room and then, no, you tell your roommate that, you know what, a very special friend of mine is coming to the house later on today, and I'm really looking forward to impress her. But I have a class to attend this morning. Could you please make sure the room is in order? And you guys have agreed that the room would be in order, the toilets would be cleaned, plates would be washed, everything would be fine, it will be smelling, you know. Then you come back from class at 5 p.m. with your friend. So you've gone out since morning, you've come back at 5 p.m. That's ample time to clean a room. Alright? And then the room is in disarray. Clothes are scattered on the bed. Everywhere is just water is on the floor. The toilet is not flushed. Everything is in disorder. What's your first reaction? Your face is everything. I wish the camera picked your face right now. Your face is everything. What's your reaction? Oh, God. Somebody's gonna die. You're so angry. You're so pissed off. You're like, didn't we have this conversation? Probably your side that was even arranged is also scattered. Then you pick up your phone after your friend has gone. I'm going to call her. I'm going to give her the peace of my mind. I'm going to deal with her. And you are calling the phone is not, nobody is speaking. It's ringing. As it's ringing and nobody is speaking, you know, your anger is increasing. You're like, what's this? Finally somebody speaks and then you want to go, hello? You're like, where are you? Oh, I'm in the hospital. What happens to your anger? Immediately, ice water. I thought you didn't have control. I thought you were triggered. So how did ice water pour on you? Fire, fire everywhere. All of a sudden, ice water. Say after me. I have power over my feelings. I have power over my thoughts. I have power over my emotions. I love our generation so much. I hear people talk so much about their feelings, but I feel that I'm in my feelings. My mental health, oh my feelings. What happened to facts? One of the most amazing times in my life, or a point in time in my life where everything changed for me, was when I found out that assumption is the lowest form of intelligence. And I agree. A lot of family dynamics have been destroyed based on assumption that a certain relative was a witch. A lot of old people are not taken care of because someone assumes that the problems in their life is from this person. Please, believe me, the spiritual world exists. As long as you have thoughts and you can have an imagination, it does exist. But nobody has power over your life more than you. More than you. Somebody was attacked, a popular story, permit me. His name is Job. He was a very rich man, very wealthy, and his entire family was attacked. And when he would pray to his God, and his God would respond, the God did not mention devil. The God said, when have you risen up before the sun to order your day? Meaning that though the devil attacked, he had power and authority in his life. Somebody assumes Igbo people are too violent. I can't marry them. They like money too much. They are this. If I should marry them, they will abandon my family. They will blah, 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 blah. And for that reason, you are looking for a Yoruba guy. But a Yoruba guy has not married you. You are 55. Maybe you are meant to marry Igbo. Yoruba boys, they are demons. They usually do third wife. They will have one wife, plenty side chick. I can't marry Yoruba. Demon. Assumption is the lowest form of intelligence because it's not based on facts. Why is thunder striking? Because the gods are firing from the heavens. They are having a fight in heaven. Assumption. The sun is shining and the rain is falling. A lion has given birth. Assumption. You hit your left leg. You hit your right leg. If you hit your left leg, something good, bad. If you hit your right leg, something good. Assumption. You carry these beliefs into the office. Probably, like this gentleman said, he doesn't like when somebody is not listening to him. Some people feel like if you cannot look at them in the eye, it means you are not hearing them. But what if the person you are talking to has an eye issue, and as you are talking, they are winking their eyes, but they are trying to listen, but they are winking their eyes, and then you go, he was winking his eye, she was winking her eyes. It means that he is eyeing me. Maybe what I'm saying is not smart. You assumed. Did you ask? Did you get facts? Did you ask questions? One of the ways to avoid assumptions is by asking questions. There was an issue in an office. Let us say something is wrong with the microphone, a technical issue. And so the question to ask is, why is the microphone not sounding? Oh, because it is not properly plugged. Why is it not properly plugged? Because the wire is not the right wire for it. Why? Didn't we get the right wire? The supplier doesn't have it. Was it written? Was it requested for? Did you report that the supplier did not have it? Oh, it was an oversight. Or we did, but there wasn't enough time to get it. It's better than assuming. Don't you think so? You can assume, oh, it's a Nigerian product, it's fake. Conflict can be solved easily when we choose not to make assumptions, when we choose to have control of our emotions, and we choose to do the right thing no matter what the situation is. And with that, I would like to pass the baton to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. We've all tried. Well done. Let's keep this going. I want to ask us a question. When last have you been with someone you love and you were truly present? No phone buzzing, no scrolling through TikToks, no snapping the moments to post on your story. Can anyone remember when last? When last have you been with a loved one and you were truly present? Yesterday, you were not using your phone at all. You listened. What of you, ma'am? You can't remember. 2 days ago. If you can't remember, don't worry, you're not alone. Today, I would like to talk about the silent war of technology. The silent war of technology. The boon and the bane of social media for mental health and human connection. We often imagine war as something loud, screams, sirens, but the war I'm about to talk about is the silent one. The one that wakes up next to you in the morning. The one that stays in your pocket all through the day. I would like to cite an instance. There was a man named Daniel. Anytime he wakes up in the morning, before he brushes his teeth, before he even prays to his God, he picks up his phone to scroll through social media. While scrolling, he's going to see people traveling out of the country, people getting married, easy life, soft life. People are getting married, they are making money. And he just thinks he's doing this for fun. But really, there is something going on inside of him. Gradually, he started feeling like it wasn't enough. He has not achieved anything. Meanwhile, he's not seeing the depths behind all these new cars, the emotions behind these beautiful pictures. Some people will post their beautiful pictures for likes and comments, but deep down, there's something really going on with them. I would like to talk about the boon, which is the blessings of social media. To be fair, social media started as a miracle, and now it has inspired a lot of people, it has educated a lot of people, and it gave voice to the voiceless. Imagine a girl in the rural area, probably no access to education, but she can go online to search for courses and just watch them, and she's learning. That is one of the blessings of social media, which is the boon of social media. During COVID-19, during the lockdown, You get people say, if not for social media, I would have lost it. If not for social media, what would I be doing? And some people, it was during COVID-19, they channeled what they were doing into content creating. So of course, social media is not an enemy. Social media is not the evil tool here. I just think we need to focus on how to control the use of social media. Because when there's a powerful tool and it is not being controlled, it can result to pain, that is, burden, or probably disadvantages of social media. Technology is not evil, but the way it has slowly reshaped our mental health and human connection. It has reshaped our self-worth. Our self-worth is now determined by the number of likes you have on a post you posted, the number of comments, the number of good comments. Oh, beautiful girl with love emoji. And when those likes and those followers reduces, you start feeling like, oh my God, what's going on? It starts affecting your mental health. Thereby your self-worth is depreciating day by day. We have confidence in the number of comments, the number of the good comments we have. And this is one of the disadvantages of social media. I like to say a story. Sometimes ago, a lady called Rebecca wanted to celebrate her birthday. She thought about what to do for her birthday. And then she decided that, oh, let me call my other 4 friends. It's been a while I met them. Let's just connect over dinner. She sent text messages to them. She invited them over for dinner. Of course, when they saw each other, they were so excited. They hugged each other. How are you? How have you been? It's been a while, so nice to see you. Happy birthday to the celebrants. They all sat down. When they brought the food, it was as if silence came alongside with the food. Heads started dropping. If I may ask you, why do you think heads were dropping? Or heads were bowing? They started checking their phones. One of them was responding to a message, typing so fast as if her life depended on it. One was laughing sheepishly over a TikTok video. The other one was capturing the moments just to post on her story. And the essence of the birthday was to connect. Were they really connecting? No, they were not connecting. And of course, one of them will post on social media and caption it as, oh, celebrating with my loved friend, my beloved one, having fun with my family, connecting and catching up with my family. Are they really catching up? No. You walk into rooms of numbers of people and you will be shocked that everyone is on their phone. No longer connection between humans, no genuine connection. Back then, you go to somebody's house to visit them, you have stories to tell them, you have updates to give them. You know, you laugh, you talk to each other, you touch each other's souls. But now, you want to talk to someone and they are there pressing their phone and you're like, oh, are you listening to me? Oh yes, I'm with you, and they're smiling. They are just hearing, they are not really listening to you. They are not present. Social media has constantly made us visible, but emotionally invisible. We are visible to the world. Oh, you are projecting your profession, of course, which is a good one. You are pushing out your business, good one. You are posting your beautiful pictures. But deep down, people are going through a lot, and people don't notice that. They only see the beautiful things you post online, the motivational quotes you post out there, but they are not really checking on you. They will rather comment on your post, telling you how good you are, telling you, oh, you can do it, girl, but they are not really checking and asking, how are you doing? I don't mean how are you doing with the short responses of I am fine. No. I believe when you are really with someone, you are present, you are listening, and you ask them, how are you? There's a way you ask than texting on your phone. How are you? The response will be different. If someone messages you and I just said to check on you, or just asking you questions, there's the way we respond with just maybe 2 words, 3 words, and we're out of there. That is one of the disadvantages of social media. I would like to tell us another story of a guy named Kunle. Kunle is living with his mother. No father, just his mother. The mother will always message Kunle. Of course, they are in the same house, but different rooms. One day, the mother messaged Kunle and said, Kunle, come to my room, let's gist. Kunle responded and said, oh, I'm coming. 30 minutes turned into 1 hour, into 2 hours, he didn't show up. He never went to his mother. They were in the same building, but different rooms. Another time, the mother will message him again. How are you doing? I've not seen you today. Come, let's talk. Come, let's watch a movie. Come, let's do something together. But no, because Kunle is engrossed and he's so focused and he's so buried into his phone, scrolling from TikTok, moving into Instagram, to Twitter, to Facebook, and just that, never minding his mother. And one day, he went out. He stepped out of the house. And when he got back into the house, he was calling for his mother. He went into the kitchen, empty. Into the sitting room, empty. Then he saw that his mother's room was slightly open. He opened the door, and guess what? He found his mother laying still on the floor. That is, she passed. In that moment, he was shocked. He picked up his phone, not to call for help, but to check through his WhatsApp chat. And he realized that the mother has messaged him some minutes ago, saying, Kunle, where are you? I am not feeling too well. In that moment, it dawned on him that he had not really connected with his mother. Of course, they stayed in the same house. They lived together, but they never connected. Because he was so buried in his phones to even notice his mother or to pay attention to his mother's needs. The bone and the bane of social media. I'm speaking on the silent war of technology. What is the root cause of this bane of social media? addiction to dopamine. Oh, the reactions you get from the notifications. Oh, you now have 200 likes on the video you posted 2 minutes ago. The likes, the good comments. That is one of the reasons of this disadvantage. Another root cause is fear of missing out. You cannot do without your phone for 2 minutes. Or let me even push this question to us. Hello, ma'am. Can you stay without your phone for 1 hour at least? You can. How long can you go, ma'am? Without your phone at all, just you. 2 hours. I'm happy I'm getting these responses, but the larger percent of humans can't really stay without their phones. They are either responding to a message, they're either posting a video, replying to a comment, just on their phone doing something. Just because they don't want to miss out on what is going in the world. Fear of missing out. So they are constantly checking their FYPs just to be current on the latest trend, on the latest news. They are the ones that want to know all the old trending stories on social media. Fear of missing out. That is one of the root cause. And before we know, using your phone, it turns into an habit. And when it turns into an habit, you feel it's normal. Of course, I'm using my phone. Yes, it's technology. We have to evolve. You should always be on your phone. We are seeing it as a normal thing. And we've forgotten. We are eradicating human connection day by day. We are no longer connecting based on emotion. We are now connecting digitally. It is now digital emotion. We now record moments instead of experiencing them. We don't experience moments. We don't live moments. We just record it. You are with your family. Instead of you talking, connecting with them, asking questions to see if they are fine. Of course, people bottle up emotions. They will not tell you how they are really feeling, except you touch something in them. And you can't do that via testing. You have to be present. Gone are the days when people will sit under the trees. They laughed together. They cried together. They healed together outside of social media. Do not get me wrong. I'm not saying social media is evil or social media is the enemy. I'm just trying to make us see the disadvantages and the advantages, hereby controlling how we use social media. I'd like to tell us a story about two friends. I'll call them Shade and Ife. They were childhood friends. They grew up together. They laughed together. They talked about different topics. You are always seeing them together. They are best of friends. Life happened. They went to different universities. Now they are far apart. Of course, for the first 3 months, they were chatting. They were always calling each other, spending times on video calls, connecting. But day after day, calls started turning into voice note. From voice note into text. From text to not even reaching out in 3 days to 1 week. That is because they were not really connecting. They are just connecting digitally. No emotions involved. One day, Sade had a big issue. Not the one you would test over the phone. She needed to speak with someone. While she was scrolling through her contact list, she paused when she got to Ife's contact list. And then she texted Ife. She said, "Are you free? Can you talk now?" She saw that Ife was online, and some minutes after, she was offline. No response to her message. She needed someone to talk to at that moment. Human connection. But her friend did not respond. After 3 days, Ife responded, "Oh babes, hi babes, I'm so sorry for the late response. I've been busy. What do you want to say?" Of course there was no need again. The time had passed. So she said, "I am fine." But was she really fine? No. We've gradually moved past the days when you genuinely ask people how they feel. You don't ask them how they feel. In fact, when we ask how are you, it's just for formality's sake. Just let me ask how are you. It's not like we are really expecting a response. We just, of course, the regular response, "I'm fine, I'm good." But I really want us to go back into connecting genuinely with humans. Now, I'd love to go to the mental health part, that is the disadvantages of social media. Social media bullying. You post the video and people are commenting under it. "Oh, why is she this big? Oh, is she the only one they are feeding in their house?" Body shaming. Thereby affecting the mental health of the individual. We are wonderfully made, we are created by God, and we are all beautiful. But no, some people are there to just bring you down. The bane of social media. Social media has now caused, it is now illusion versus reality. You are highlighting moments. You are quick to take pictures. You are quick to take videos just for likes. There was a day I was coming from somewhere and an accident happened. Instead of people to run towards there to rescue the people that were in there, no, they did not. They picked out their phones to record. Just for what? For views. Human connection. No empathy again. We are just doing this for the benefits. I would like to close by saying, do not trade real moments for digital moments. Look up. Someone needs your attention. Stop burying yourself into your phone. Look beside you. Somebody is willing to open up. Only if you can be present. And let's start eradicating bullying. Do not support it. Social media bullying. Stand and fight for people. And I hope with this, I'm able to convince us and not to confuse us that social media is not the enemy here. We just have to put a balance to it. Join me as I welcome the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was an insightful one. My name is Oluwagbemisola Ogumefun. I'm here again. And it is an honor to be speaking on a topic that is not just important, but urgent at this time that we find ourselves in. And that topic is safeguarding and child protection, a call to action. Safeguarding and child protection, a call to action. Now, when we hear safeguarding, it's a topic that is not too widely understood, let me use that word, or even the awareness is not as high as it should be, or even child protection. And that's why we have a lot of views, we have a lot of ideas, we have a lot of thoughts and even biases surrounding this topic. And that's why I would be talking about this at this point in time. We need to understand that the children are the most vulnerable members of our society. They are. But they carry the most potential. There is a saying in my place that you know where an adult has already arrived, but you don't know where a child is going to. They carry so much potential. They have a whole future right in front of them. And that's why sometimes when we talk about AI, we say we are preparing the children now for a job that we don't even know will exist in the future. That's because of the kind of potentiality these children carry. And that's the more reason why this topic is urgent and crucial at this point in time. We also need to understand that when a child is protected, our future is protected. But when a child is harmed, the nation loses part of its destiny. And we don't want that. Nelson Mandela once said something. He said there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than in the way it treats its children. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than in the way it treats its children. We need to look beyond duty, look beyond policy, look beyond the fact that it's either your job or it's not your job. No, it's everybody's business. It is a shared responsibility. And because it is a shared responsibility, it requires awareness, it requires vigilance, it requires empathy, and it requires courage. But then, what have I been talking about? What is safeguarding? When we talk about safeguarding, we picture a mental umbrella that covers everything that one does to not only ensure that a child, and when I say a child, I'm referring to, according to the United Nations right of the child, now every child under the age of 18, every child, everyone that is under the age of 18. So when I say a child, I'm referring to everyone under the age of 18. So back to my definition of safeguarding. It's everything that you do to ensure that a child not only not comes to harm. So it's not just about, oh, I want to make sure that this child is not harmed. Okay, is everything taken away from there? I hope all the harmful things are taken off. I hope this child... No, it's not just that. It's also everything you do to ensure that a child is okay physically, mentally, psychologically, emotionally, financially, Even spiritually, you make sure that this child is all round okay. Mental well-being, physical well-being. So it's not just about ensuring that, oh, this child does not come to harm. No. But also that this child is okay. That is safeguarding. It is a promise that we give to every child around us. Because yes, you might say, oh, I don't work with children. Yes, but you live around children. You see children in your churches, you see children in your mosques, you see children in your estates, in your streets. The house you live in, your neighbors have children. Your sisters, your brothers, they have children. You might even have little children in your own direct family. Yes, you might not work directly with children, but there are children around you. There are children in your society. There are children in your community. So this concerns you. And that was why I said it is a shared responsibility. It is a shared responsibility. We are all concerned as long as you are in an environment where children are. So it is a promise that we are giving to those children to ensure that, one, they don't come to harm. No harm befalls them. They are safe. They are physically safe. They are emotionally safe. They are psychologically safe. There are some children, their psychology is messed up. They are the kind of things they hear from the so-called grown-ups around them. Their psychology is messed up. All you need to do is just listen to them talk. And you wonder, excuse me, how old are you again? And you're like, oh my God, what's going on here? But what do we do? Hey, this world has spoiled. How can this age of child be doing this? No. This is a call to action. It is a wake-up call to us. It goes beyond just condemning. One of our speakers mentioned, he said, when he sees a loophole, instead of calling out the person, he takes responsibility. That's what this call to action is about. You see a loophole, you take responsibility. You see something, you do something. See something, you say something. You don't just stop at, what is this world turning into? No, that's not what this is about. You don't go about saying, oh, come, hey, my ears have heard something today. What, can you imagine what this world is turning into? No, that's not what this call is about. It is a promise that we give to those children to not only ensure that they don't come to harm, but to also ensure that they are balanced. They are in well-being, mental well-being, physical well-being, emotional well-being, psychological well-being, social well-being. Now we look at child protection. Child protection is like the flip side of the coin of safeguarding. Now safeguarding, some would say, is like the preventive measure. It's like preventive medicine. What you do, what you put in place before a child comes to harm, to ensure that this child does not come to harm, to ensure that this child is mentally balanced, to ensure that this child is okay. Everything you put in place, that is safeguarding. But then child protection on the flip side is this: everything you do to mitigate harm. The harm has occurred already. But what do you do to stop it from carrying on? To shield this child from the effect of what has happened already. These things are what we put under the umbrella of child protection. And it is a necessary shield. It is a necessary shield to these children that we have been called to protect. Before I move on, let's look at some types of abuse. Because sometimes we abuse children and even by extension adults without knowing, out of the goodness of our hearts, but it's abuse. We see physical abuse. Physical abuse has to do with anything you do to, remember we're talking about a child now, physically, that can cause the child harm. Now this is a very dicey one, because we are Africans. We believe in discipline, and not just discipline, we believe in corporal discipline, corporal punishment. Yes, the Bible says, spare the rod and spoil the child. But there is a tiny line between discipline and abuse, and physical abuse. And we have to be very mindful, very careful not to cross that line. Because the moment you cross the line, forget it, you won't be spared. The society is not going to say because you're the child or you're the parent of the child. No, you're not going to be spared. So we have to be very careful. In as much as, yes, we need to not spare the rod so we don't spoil the child, we also need, Bible also says wisdom is profitable to direct. Ensure that whatever you're doing does not cause any physical harm to the child. You spank a child, there is a mark, excuse me, you just abuse that child. That's physical abuse. As long as there is any physical mark on the body, you see some parents would go as far, oh, this child stole, then they tear with blade. That's physical abuse. So, and then they will now put pepper so that you will not steal again. Back in those days, before we knew anything about safeguarding and child protection, yes, that is a good African parent. Yes, the child will not, yes, the child might not do it again. But sorry, that's physical abuse. If you try that these days, thank God for Lagos State. Lagos State is really big on this now. It's going to be a long journey. And the world too is awakening, they're getting awakened to this call because of a lot of things that I'll be mentioning later. That's physical abuse. You want to slap a child. I remember I once received a resetting slap when I was little, because I was being very naughty. It's just stop, but I was just being naughty, intentionally naughty. And I got one resetting slap, shala, and my eye turned red, blood. Resetting slap, you know those slap that, yes, you will face fronts. You will not try it again. You will know that this person is your senior. And there's something we say in Yoruba land, to say you cannot buy it, even if it is one day, you cannot buy it in the market. So those kind of researchers will tell you that yes, you cannot buy it in the market. But if that is done nowadays, that's physical abuse. And that's why no matter how much or how well-meaning we might be towards disciplining a child, because yes, the son, the father loves to chastise, yes. So the person you love, you want to discipline so the person will not do that again, yes. And so that the individual will become a better person, yes. But no matter how well-meaning you are, you have to be very mindful not to cross the line from discipline to abuse. Next we talk about emotional abuse. Emotional abuse, this one is a lot. Thank God one of our speakers spoke about emotions. Your thoughts in motion. So, but because it's your thoughts, you cannot see it. And then it's not even staying in one place. Makes it super hard to even see. So that's like double trouble. And that's why a lot of people get emotionally abused. The abuser does not know. Even the person that is being abused does not know that this is an abuse on my emotion. And especially because our subject here are children. And then the kind of society we find ourselves. Yes, in an African society, we respect our elders. Say, close your mouth there. And the child has to close his own mouth. You don't have a say. I earlier spoke about a child that was being told, you are just good for nothing. The size of your brain is getting smaller and the body is getting bigger. That's emotional abuse. How can you tell that to a child? That's emotional abuse. And a lot of people, a lot of children go through abuse. Some children will tell you, I can't do it. Not because they are doubting themselves, but because someone somewhere already told them, you cannot amount to anything. Sorry, you are just dumb. And they'll just tell you, I can't do it. And we'll say, why can't you do it? Oh, because I'm dumb. And you're shocked. Where is that coming from? Well, my auntie said, my mom said, my this said, my that said. Emotional abuse. You bring down their emotions. You drag their emotions in the mud. But because emotions cannot be seen, we don't even know that we are abusing them. And if peradventure they attempt to even speak up, we shut them down simply because they are children. We have to be very, very careful. Verbal abuse. Verbal abuse is like a twin sister of emotional abuse, because most times our emotions are run down via the words we say. And that's the more reason why we have to be very careful with the kind of words we say to these children. And by extension, now I want us to understand that because I'm talking about children, yes, people below the age of 18, by extension, even people above 18. Yes, this rule applies to children below 18, but our society is filled with people who are abused, bruised individuals, who carry wounds, dripping in blood. Some are emotionally drained. They are, if emotions could be seen, you will see that they are dripping blood. And that kind of person will have nothing else to give than hurt, than pain. And you say, oh, this person is such a toxic individual. Check that person well. Something went wrong somewhere. It could be in their childhood, it could be now that they are grown. Verbal abuse. We have to be very careful the things that we say to them. Sexual abuse. This one many people think that it has to do with only when, let's say, a child has been raped or molested or something. No, it's not just that. Yes, that's a sexual abuse, but it does not end there. Sexual abuse could be contact or non-contact. When we talk about contact, that's when, yes, the child has actually been slept with, probably has been raped, has been molested or something. It could also be non-contact. And when we say non-contact, that's where we see grooming. Some children have been groomed for years. In fact, they have been groomed right under the noses of their parents and guardians. And they don't know. You see those little, I brought this little gift for my angel. Might not be so harmless. It could be grooming. And they keep grooming the child. Some could groom a child for as much as 5, 10 years before they carry out the act. And that's why we have to be very careful. Sexual abuse could also be filling a child's head with sexual fantasies, erotic fantasies that are not supposed to be there. We see situations whereby you're just explaining a normal concept, just a harmless concept, and then a little child will translate it into something else, and you are lost. Even as the adult, you are lost, because you're not expecting that kind of interpretation from that child. But because that child has gone way ahead of you, and you're wondering, what's going on? Where's the society going to? Sexual abuse. Some children are being introduced to pornography, masturbation, lesbianism, homosexuality as little as before 18. A lot is going on. And sometimes when you hear cases of, I know something happened several years ago, and there was this case of a child being molested by an adult, and it became a rave online, and people said something, probably because, the kind of children we have these days, probably, especially when they come from affluent homes, because of what they eat, they develop faster. So they become bigger. So because this child has the body of an adult, forgetting that this child is still underage. Whether there was contact or there was no contact, I'm not sure. But then some people say, oh, how these children that you don't even know what they are doing these days? And you don't even know whether it was one that went onto the man. Excuse me. Even if she went onto the man, because she's not 18, means that any consent she gave is invalid. You expect her to be the adult here. So if a child gives you consent, okay, come on me. Probably because that child has been psychologically messed up by another adult, or by the society we find ourselves, by social media and everything. It is still your place as the adult to be the adult. And not say after she gave me consent. That's bullshit. It's nonsense. You should be the adult. Now we look at it, and some are saying, well, after all, the man did not even touch her. So, what is the fuss about? Excuse me? Are you waiting for her to be touched? The fact that an attempt was made alone is enough. Should we wait for the act to be perpetrated before the right of the child is being protected? And that's the more reason why this is urgent. Because a lot of people do not even know. They don't even know. And they just talk out of sentiments. They don't even know the right thing that they ought to know or even do. We have to be very careful. Another one is neglect. See, this neglect is very dicey. Because children can be neglected. It's an abuse. So, they can be abused and not know that they are being abused. As in, the people perpetrating this might not know. And this mostly happens in affluent homes. Mostly happens in affluent homes. When you see the father is off to Canada, The mother is off to Dubai to get to shop for goods in a store, and then they left the child with the nanny January to December. They just fly in once or twice in a year, and by the time they fly in, the children are either sleeping or went for a sleepover with their friends. Somebody and they just say, hey baby, I just came in to check on you. How are you? I sent some money to your account. Be good. I'm flying out tomorrow. Oh daddy, please wait. I just want to see you. Oh sorry, I have a meeting to catch. And they're gone. Neglect. And they believe that all they have to do is work hard, provide money, and make sure all their needs are met. And that's why you see sometimes these children begin to act up in order to get the attention of their parents. They begin to act up. Like, okay, maybe if I break something, they hear I broke something, maybe they will even fly in to come and see what I broke. Or they'll come and check the extent at which I have destroyed something. And when that does not work, okay, maybe if I cause trouble outside, maybe they will even fly in to come and see. And they begin to do one vice or the other. Before you know it, they've gone too far to return. Neglect. Bullying. Cyberbullying, verbal bullying, all forms of bullying is an abuse. It's an abuse. Domestic violence. Domestic violence. A lot of children, you might think, oh, children are too, domestic violence is not for marriage, it's not husband and wife. Yes, that's where we hear it a lot. But there are lots of children going through domestic violence. There are lots of children, some that we don't even know, going through domestic violence. Harmful cultural practice. Practices that are harmful to the children. Female genital mutilation, child marriage. These are practices that are harmful. You say because the female is not supposed to enjoy sex, and then you cut off the female organ. Where is that mentality coming from? And then you destroy a life because of your own backward mentality. You take a child that is still supposed to be in school. I said earlier that children, they are the most vulnerable members of our society. They are the most vulnerable members of our society. But they are also the ones that carry the greatest potentials. So you carry a child that has a lot of potential, the whole world in front of them, and you take that kind of child who has not even discovered herself yet, nor even know the direction she wants to go in life. She's not even had the opportunity to decide on the things she wants and the things she does not want. To decide on the things she wants to do, she likes to do, her principles. And you take that kind of child and dash to an old man, all in the name of they are old enough to get married. And children are giving birth to children. We have to be very careful. Let's really look at some myth about child abuse before we move on to why it must be taken seriously. Now, when we talk about child abuse, there are so many myths about it, some things that people believe about it that are not actually true. When you talk about child abuse, some people think, oh, it only happens in poor families or dysfunctional families. It cannot happen here. I just spoke about neglect some few minutes ago. Neglect mostly happens in affluent homes. Not that it does not happen in poor homes, so it does happen in poor homes. Where you see, okay, the mother is struggling, the father is struggling to make ends meet, and they've gone and they left the child with one uncle in the next house. Or maybe one auntie. And then from that one auntie, one uncle came to visit the auntie, and then problem arises. Yes, it happens. But you find it mostly in affluent homes. Oh no, children are only abused by strangers. Sorry to pop your bubble. Even people who know the children, close relatives, close friends, neighbors, family members, colleagues, people you never imagine need to be, can abuse the child. So it's not just about stranger danger. If you don't know the person, stay away. Even the person you know can perpetrate this very wicked act. So we have to be very, very careful when we are talking about the safety of our children. I say, oh, when it comes to sexual abuse, girls can lie. How do you know that she was touched? How do you know that she was not the one that went to the man? How do you know that? How do you know that? Even if it is a lie, check it out first. It's better that you check it out and then you discover that, oh, it was a lie, than for you to ignore and then it turns out to be true. Check it out. Another myth people believe is that, oh, once you're above 16, safeguarding and child protection does not apply to you. No. Remember, what age did I say, according to the United Nations, child stops at? 18. So for every child below 18, it applies to them. So even if a child is 16, 17, it still applies to them. So there's nothing like once you're above 16 and then you're not protected anymore. No. Another one is, oh, if I talk now, they will label me. They will say this. They will say, no, I don't want trouble. Oh. Before they say I am the amebo in the, I'm not minding my business. Please be the amebo. You're officially a whistleblower when it comes to the issue of safeguarding and child protection. Everyone, as long as you're above the age of 18, you have all signed a whistleblowing policy, whether you know it or not, whether you like it or not. You see something, you say something. If you don't say it, you could be charged. That's how bad it is. If you don't say something, you could be charged. That's how bad it is. And that's why I said earlier, when we're talking about safeguarding and child protection, it's not, actually I don't have a child of my own. Actually I don't work directly with children. So it does not concern me. It's everybody's business. It's my business, it's your business, it's everybody's business. It is everybody's business. So there's nothing like, when I talk, they're going to say that I am, no. It is everybody's business. We need to understand that. Another myth is, oh, male, thank God I have all boys. At least they don't rape boys. Danger. I once heard of a story many years ago of a boy. In fact, this happened to a child, I won't say a child now because it's above 18. In a university, I'm not going to mention the name of the school, that was gang raped by a group of girls. A boy. And he was gang raped by girls, a group of girls, in a higher institution. So, saying, oh, thank God I have a boy. So there's nothing happen. Please, boys can be abused too. And remember, abuse is not just even sexual abuse. It could be any other form of abuse that I mentioned. So, how confident are you that your child or that boy around you is not experiencing it? So we need to break that myth that boys cannot experience abuse because they are susceptible to it too. Another myth I would like to break is the fact that, oh, I'm the owner of my child, and whatever I like, I will do to my child. Oh, sorry to burst your bubble. Gone are the days, long gone are the days when you can do whatever you like to your child. I know of a story that happened in Lagos State some years back. A parent who beat the child for going to the neighbor's house to watch TV. And the beating was so massive. It was so massive that the child was beaten anyhow. There were lots of marks, injuries all over. It was an eyesore. It was an eyesore. That the Lagos State government had to intervene in this matter. When questioned, the parent in question does not have a TV at home. Now, yes, you don't have a TV at home. Yes, you might want to train your child out. Yes, even if I don't have this thing, that does not give you the right, or that does not mean you should go to the next door neighbor to watch TV. There are ways these things can be done. Remember I said, even though yes, we don't want to spare the rod so we don't spoil the child, there is a thin line between beating or discipline and abuse. And that parents did not cross it by an inch. He crossed it by a mile, in fact a kilometer. Because the beating was so much. It was so much to the extent that the Lagos State government had to pull out this child from the parents and say, sorry, you've only proved to us that you're not capable of being a parent. And that was how the child was taken away. We hear about stories about children being taken out into foster homes abroad. But never did we think it was going to happen in Nigeria, but it did happen. So there's nothing like I'm the owner of my child, anything I like I will do. Sorry. We are custodians. And when something or someone is kept in your custody, you cannot afford to treat it or him or her anyhow. We have to be careful, knowing fully well that we are custodians and we will give account of however we took care of that has been committed into our hands. Why does it matter for us to take safeguarding and child protection seriously? Why does it matter? We've already looked at the different types of safeguarding, different types of abuse. We've talked about the meaning of safeguarding. We've talked about the meaning of child protection. We need to understand that for every child, silence does not mean safety. So a child is silent does not mean, oh, this child is safe. We need to understand that. A child's smile does not equal to the child's happiness. So because you see the child, oh, always smiling, does not mean that the child is actually happy. Even as adults, we mask pain. We mask sorrow with smiles. Now talk about a child. So a child smiling does not mean that this child is happy. We need to be known. We need to be in the know so that we can easily spot these things. We have very careful about a child's online presence. Because a child could be exploited online. That's one of the forms of abuse. Online exploitation. Nowadays, with the development of technology and all that, we have online games that relate real time with people they don't even know. And you see some predators in the guise of game players join the games, creating accounts to interact with unsuspecting children. And some of them are indirectly being groomed online. Some are directly exploited. Some are being framed. Some are being bullied. So we have to be very, very careful. So we need to understand that a child's presence or a parent's presence does not equate protection. It does not mean that, oh, because the parent is always present, the parent is always available. We talked about the parents who travel, who are not always on ground and leave the children to nannies and all that. Yes. But then for parents that are even available, the fact that they are always present does not mean that the child has no tendency of facing abuse. And that's why we have to be on guard. We have to be at alert at all times. Now I spoke about safeguarding and child protection being the role of everybody. So I'm going to be dishing it out one by one. Everybody, you're going to take your own. Say in Nigerian, we'll say everybody will collect. Let's start with schools. What is the role of schools in safeguarding and child protection? Thankfully, most schools are beginning to awaken to this now. And not just schools alone, governments, society. But before I go to the role, let's just talk a little about one of the reasons why people began to start getting awakened to the issue of safeguarding and child protection. In the year 2000 in United Kingdom, we had the issue of Victoria Climby, who died as a result of severe abuse from her aunt and her aunt's boyfriend. This was just an 8-year-old. What could an 8-year-old have done to warrant severe abuse that could have costed her life? What? I understand that, yes, they can be a handful at times, but do you think whatever handful they want to be, or however they want to be, however naughty or nasty or whatever they want to be, then it warrants in abusing that child to the extent that the health deteriorated so much that the next thing was death? Was there any, do you think there is any reason for that? For an 8-year-old to go through that? In 2018, the Topin family, this was children ranging from ages 2 to 29, were abused severely by their own parents. So when we talk about abuse, stranger danger, it's not just strangers. It's not stranger danger. It's even known person danger. Because the two cases I've mentioned have been by known individuals. People which we would not think would perpetrate this abuse. The Toby family went as far as tying the children to the bed, locking them in for days, not giving them food, a whole lot of unthought about ideas. Things that you couldn't even think about that a parent would do to a child. That was what they did to their children. And that happened in the US. In 2010, in a daycare in Amsterdam, there had an issue of one of the workers there sexually abusing the children and posting online. Okay, here we can say, oh, stranger danger. But then, is he really a stranger? This is like the teacher. Someone who has been employed to care for these children. Now we see why this matter is an urgent one. We see why we must really wake up to this. So let's look at the role of schools. Thank God now schools are beginning to wake up to their roles. A lot of schools are getting aboard this ship. Now, one of the ways schools can protect children from abuse and also ensure their well-being, all-round well-being, is by creating an environment. Creating an environment for them that will sustain that well-being. You ensure that the environment you've created, the classroom, the playground, will not pose any harm to them. And you ensure that it's comfortable for them to study in, for them to play in, for them to grow and to interact in. That is one. You have to ensure the safety of these children by ensuring that you know the identity of the people you're bringing on board. Look at the issue of the Amsterdam daycare. They brought on board someone who they did not know. Well, they might have thought they knew his identity, but they did not really know him. Because if they did really know him, he wouldn't have perpetrated that act. And that's why nowadays schools go as far as even doing a social media check. Because yes, you might be looking prim and proper, but then your social media accounts or your tweets on X might be a different ballgame entirely. Because in social media, people tend to pour out their art more and their feelings more. And then they get to work and they behave like everything is fine. So that's why they go on to do those search. In the UK, they do the DBS to ensure that yes, this person we're bringing on board has not been barred from working with children, does not have any history of negative acts or whatever towards children or anything that would have a negative impact on the safeguarding of the children that they have. So these are some of the things that schools could do. Ensure that whoever they are bringing in is safe for them to bring in. They have to ensure that they provide care to the children even before providing instruction. Because it is only a child that is well cared for that will listen to whatever instruction you are given. They have to ensure that they provide protection even before any performance whatsoever. These are some of the roles that schools have to play. Now we go to parents and guidance. Parents and guidance. As parents and guidance, we are the first point of call. Before the child goes out into the world, goes into school, goes into church, mosque, or wherever, into the society, this child grows in the home. And that is why the very first point of safeguarding begins from the home. Ensure that they have all that they need. The United Nations Rights of the Child has 4 baskets of rights. As parents, it is our responsibility to ensure that these 4 baskets of rights are not denied the children at any point in time. It is our responsibility as parents. It is the responsibility of the parent to ensure the kind of association that their child have in the home. Yes, you might not be there when they're out of the home, but in the home, you are there. Ensure the kind of association they have. Ensure what they are exposed to, the kind of content they are exposed to. Social media, some parents don't have any say over their children's social media use. You see children, little children, 7, 8-year-olds, having YouTube channels, twerking online, and the parent is not aware. The parent does not know that a 7, 8-year-old has a YouTube channel, twerking, or even an Instagram channel. They don't know. They don't know. It is our responsibility as parents to put measures in place to ensure the safety of our children online. Understanding that the world we live in now, as a result of the emergence and the development, the fast development of technology, is very, in fact, how do I say it? It's so delicate. Because the devil we used to know has upgraded. So unlike now, that a child could be in the room, committing an act of masturbation, watching pornography, being exploited online, all because you decided, oh, you want your child to belong, and you got your child an iPhone 17 Pro Max. What measures are you putting in place? Some schools are trying their best by putting in blockers and all that, so that the children are unable to access some websites or some negative things, some immoral things don't just pop up in their faces, so they can safely browse the internet. But when they go home, what measures are put in at home? There are so many things that you can do. Just like the previous speaker said, technology is not the enemy. But how do you use it? This same technology that is posing these threats has also provided solutions that you can use to protect these children in the online space. Harness them. As parents, it is our duty and our responsibility. We owe it to them. As a community, someone once said something, it's the only day that they say, the Yorubas will say, Igba Ojulo Womo, that a community, it takes a community to raise a child. And someone said, it is in the only day that say it takes a community to raise a child. Nowadays, how do they say it? Who be must or who knows that language? Somebody who be must or something. I heard that sometime online, and they said nowadays is who be must or that is whoever gives birth to the child must train the child. Yes, I quite understand, because nowadays there are some parents that when you even want to correct their child, say, the child that I look, it took me 10 years to give birth to. You know, please, I once had a parent tell a school that I didn't bring my child to this school to be taught morals. I brought my child here to be taught academics, leave morals. Yes, that's the extent at which some parents go. But when it comes to safeguarding and child protection, we cannot afford to turn the blind eye, because it is a responsibility we all have to these children. And that is why, as a community, all hands must be on deck. As a community, we all must ensure that the rights of these children are not tampered with. As a community, we must ensure a safe environment. Nowadays, I go out and I see ladies, grown ladies, putting on tops without bras. Where is the community going to? Where is our society going to? Children walk these streets, for crying out loud. And I was still wondering about that, only for me to see, I think like sometime last week, an elderly woman wearing a net top that normally you would wear a camisole underneath. And wearing that top, no bra, no camisole, nothing. An elderly woman. And in these streets that you're walking on, children walk on these streets. This is like pornography, broad daylight pornography. And we talk about little girls doing this or little boys doing this. When they see the grown ones doing the same things that they should be correcting them about. And you wonder, where are we going as a people? This is broad daylight pornography, for crying out loud. So when you condemn them going online to watch pornographic videos, but then you're putting it right in their faces, what do you have to say to that? It takes a community. As a community, we have a business to ensure that these children are not psychologically messed up. They're not physically abused. They're not mentally abused. They're not socially abused. They're not emotionally abused or verbally abused. It is our responsibility to safeguard and protect them. Now, how do we identify the signs of abuse? Because abuse differs. There are different types of abuse. The signs are also slightly different. When we talk about physical abuse, I've already said what physical abuse is. What do you think a sign of physical abuse could be? Could you please help me with one? What do you think the sign could be of physical abuse? Yes, please. The lady in white and black.
Maybe some talks that are not really necessary, like sexual talks or
Okay. Okay. I think I would classify that under sexual abuse. So remember, for physical abuse, we talked about physically harming a child. So what do you think the signs could be? A wound. You suddenly see a child that you've not been seeing the injury on, and then the child suddenly has, let's say, a straight line here. And probably the child is wearing something to cover it. And then you say, hey, hello. Hey. Like, are you okay? Can I see? And then you see a wound, a very big one. What happened to you? And this child is not telling you they fell or they hit. They could even say they fell anyways. But then, we have to be at alert. Could it have been a fall? There are children that we know can be so playful. And if you naturally see those kind of signs or marks on them, you will say, hey, even before they tell you, you know that I've always said you will enjoy yourself one day with your play, with your rough play. But there are children you know that this child does not play rough. Or even if they play rough, there are some that even though they play rough, it could still be an abuse. And that is why we don't just assume. The speaker mentioned that assumption is the lowest form of intelligence. So we can't just assume. So even if the child is that playful child, it might not be from play. It could be from abuse. So you see some funny marks on children, and you're wondering, where is this coming from? It could be a sign of physical abuse. When we talk about emotional abuse, remember we talked about emotional abuse. The signs do not really show because these are emotions. But then there are ways to be able to identify that this child could be emotionally abused. You see a child suddenly withdrawing. You see a child talking down at themselves. You see a child feeling low or feeling less of themselves. You see a child that's a vibrant child, a once vibrant child, suddenly withdrawn. And you're wondering, what could be wrong? What's going on? It could be a sign of emotional abuse. It could be a sign of emotional abuse. When we look at behavior of a child, some children could suddenly begin to act up. Now, in one of the trainings I attended some time ago, they mentioned that when we talk about behavioral management, especially in classrooms, where you have low-level disruptions and co. You have some children that disrupt the classrooms or even any social gathering they find themselves. And you're like, are you the only one? You can't do this. Look deeply. That behavioral disruption is a call for help. The child is calling for help. I need help. But because they don't know how else to seek help, some children will naturally come to you. I'm going through this. Can I speak to you? I don't have a good day. Or I'm not feeling too well. Or I'm going through this. Some will naturally come to you. But most will not. Most will not come to you. But instead, they will indirectly ask for help. So sometimes these behavioral patterns, this disturbance, stubbornness, and what not, could be a silent call for help. So when a child is being too disruptive, we shouldn't be quick to assume that this child is just a stubborn child. Ironically, the child could actually be a soft child who is breaking down and almost at the edge of complete breakdown and seeking desperately for help. To a falling man, to a drowning man, even if you give the person a tiny thread, he would grasp for it, even though he knows that he can't save him. That's what that child is doing. So we need to be at alert. We need to be at alert. We need to see these children, see them, and not their actions. We need to actually see them. That's where empathy comes in. We need to see them and think from their own angle. And that's how we're able to really recognize these signs. Signs of sexual abuse. a child suddenly, I mentioned earlier that you're talking about a totally different concept or topic, and a child suddenly gives a sample that is sexualized, and you're wondering from where to where, how? How? Because even when you are teaching things that have to do with sexual or whatever, or body parts or something, I know that we try to be conservative. We try to give it to them according to their age. But you are giving A to C, and the child has already gone to J. And ordinarily for that child's level, the child should only know A to C. You know that there is a problem somewhere. This child has been sexually abused. It might not be contact. Remember, sexual abuse is not just about contact. It could be non-contact. But these are signs. Or a child suddenly comes and says, oh, I'm not feeling too well in my private area. That could be a major sign of contact abuse, contact sexual abuse. We have to be very alert. Neglect. I remember when I was talking about neglect, I talked about neglect happening also in affluent homes. So you can't just say, oh, this child is the son of the president of my community development area. So because of that, the parents have money. It cannot be neglected. Sorry. What if the child is being given to the nannies, and all the nannies do is take care of themselves and not the child? What if? What if there's some children that even believe that they are superior to the nannies? So you can't even tell, they'll tell the nanny, I can sack you. And the nanny knows they can sack them. So the nanny will just mind, I don't want to be sacked, so I will just mind my business. So anything you like, you do, you're on your own, as long as I'm not sacked. That's indirect neglect. A child comes to school looking so unkempt, scruffled up. These are signs of neglect. I learned of a student sometime last year. I didn't teach the student personally, but I learned of the student, and the child was always doing poorly in class. This is a child that does well before, but began to do poorly. And then when the teacher began to probe into the matter, and that's why we have to be at alert, the teacher noticed and began to probe into the matter. And the teacher discovered that this child has not been taking breakfast. Breakfast. The child still comes to school with food, still comes with snacks, still comes with fruits and everything, but breakfast is not given at home. So because the child now has to wait from early morning till break to eat, you see, from that time to break before eating is wasted. Nothing will enter the head. Because my people will say, hunger will not enter the stomach, and another thing will enter. I cannot be hungry, and then you're telling me something else, and it will enter. It will not enter anywhere. And that child was and you know how schools run. Most of the mentally, most of these subjects that require a lot of mental work are put in the morning, because they believe that that's when the students are in their top form. Before midday, where they've gone to play and they're beginning to wind down. So they just put all those maybe discussion topics, subjects that they just have fun, discuss and all that. But those subjects that require a lot of mental activity are put earlier in the day. And this child was doing poorly, because he did not have the fuel to power the engine that will power the mental thinking, the mental process. The tank was empty. Something as simple as breakfast. And they say, but he brought food to school. He has snacks, he's gone back, he's filled. Yes, but is his stomach filled? Feed him from home. And the moment he was fed from home, before coming to school, there was a drastic change. Because the powerhouse began to run again, began to work. And that's how simple it is to overlook neglect. For that kind of child, if the teacher had not been at alert, she would have dismissed it that this child is being neglected, because the child comes with filled box. It's filled. So how can you say this child is neglected? She would not even have thought that this child does not take breakfast. Because how do you want to explain it? My box is full. How do you want to explain it? But thank God that she was at alert. Now, apart from spotting all these signs, it is highly important that we also listen to these children. It is important that we listen to them. Because like I said earlier, sometimes these children will come on their own accord. They will come to you. Can I speak to you about something? And you don't even know that they're about to drop a bombshell on your lap. You think, oh, they just want to tell you, probably, this person hit me. Oh, and they want to tell you something heavy. That they've been thinking in their head, who can I trust? Who can I trust? Who can I tell? Who can I speak this to? Because most times, abusers, especially those who intentionally abuse, they scare them to secrecy. Some threaten them to secrecy. So they carry it in their minds for so long until they cannot carry it anymore, and they need someone to share that burden with. And imagine that you've been carrying a heavy load for so long, looking for someone to help you down, and you finally see someone and the person says, sorry, I'm very busy. How would you feel? Think about it. That's exactly how that child would feel at that point. And that's the more reason why we need to listen to them. We need to listen to them. And children talk in diverse ways. It's not all of them that will come to you to actually talk. Some it could be through drawings. I saw a movie several years ago about a child that was being abused. Physically, mentally, name the kind of abuse. Maybe apart from sexual. But any other type of abuse that you can mention. And then maybe we'll take out the online. Any other type of abuse you can mention. She was being abused by her stepmother. But when the father comes, she behaves like the lovey-dovey stepmother to her. But the moment the father steps out, and unfortunately for the girl, the father was not always at home. He knew he was not going to be always at home. He did not want the issue of neglect to occur. That was why he chose to marry and again, so she could take care of her. But she failed. And this girl did not know who to speak to, because whenever she tries to speak to her father, the woman would come and do all her acts. And then when she was finally able to speak to the man, he did not believe, because what he was seeing was not correlating to what she was saying. How? So he was discarded. But one day, remember it was a movie, one day a little girl suddenly walked into the home of a couple. They were being very kind to her. Who are you? This and that. Oh, I can't remember who I am. I can't remember my home, this and that. So they took her in, took care of her while they were in the process of looking for her parents. So when they finally found her parents, she was this child that loves to draw. So because she loved to draw, the couple she met bought her lots of art supplies and all that. Oh, you love to draw. We're going to buy you art supplies. They bought her art supplies because they didn't have children of their own. So they took care of her like their own child. Bought her beautiful art supplies. She kept drawing and drawing, and they made sure all her needs were met. And then suddenly one day they came across her parents. They're like, oh, Are you the father of this? You know, from the father's advert of missing person something, they were able to trace her parents. And when they met, oh, we have your daughter in our house. Oh, please come. They got to the house, they couldn't find the girl. And they were wondering what's happening. She was right here. Where could she have gone? Where could she be? And to cut the long story short, from her drawings, they discovered that she had been severely abused. From her drawings. And they also discovered that the stepmother had one day locked her up in the freezer. So by the time they went back home to the father's home, right inside the freezer, they found her body frozen. So it was apparently her spirit that went to the other couple. It was the ghost that they were taking care of. Yes, it's a movie. We might say, oh, I don't believe in ghosts, I don't believe in spirits and all that. But let's not neglect the part of a little child being severely abused in her home. A home where she should receive love, where she should receive care. She was abused. And the abuse was discovered only via our art. Children talk in different ways. Some could just write it as a story. I remember one of my students one day, we were writing a different write-up entirely. In fact, we were writing a fantasy story. It was a fantasy story, a story about magical creatures and all that. And this child suddenly wrote about friends bullying him, calling him fat, and all that. As a teacher, I could have been tempted to say, well, this is not what I said you should do. But this is out of the the learning objective. But this is not. But it struck me. This is a case of abuse. I have to do something. And I had to look off the fact that the child had not written for me what I wanted him to write. But he had written for me something very crucial. And that was more important at that time than whatsoever it is I might have wanted him to write. Because when it comes to the case of a child, care is much more important than instruction. We have to first care for them, even before we think about the instruction. I talked about digital safeguarding. So in as much as we're putting all these methods in place to ensure that these children are safeguarded, we also have to understand that abuse happens online. Put in place measures. There are apps that you can use to control your children's phones. Before it used to be up to 13 years, but now even beyond 13, you can still control it. You know everything that happens. If you feel like, oh, this child is having too many screen time, you can decide to lock that device from your own device. You don't have to be there. You can say, okay, you're not allowed on social app for more than 30 minutes. You're not allowed to play game for more than 5 minutes. You can put these things in place. There are measures you can put in place even on your Chrome browser, that some things will not naturally pop up for your child or even for you. You save them. It's not that your child wants to do an assignment. Mommy, can I use your phone for my assignment? And then an illicit picture just suddenly pops up in their eyes. And you're wondering, what's going on? I don't watch porn. I don't search for anything illegal online. Where is this coming from? But then, there are measures to be put in place. We need to, if it's something we cannot do on our own, let's meet experts to help us with this. We have a lot of tech guys in our society. Please help me put this in place. The amount it will cost you to safeguard them digitally will be far cheaper compared to the amount it will cost you to do child protection. Because child protection is a curative measure. And we see even adults who went through abuse long ago when they were little, and the abuse still affects them till date. Saw a movie about a lady that was bullied while she was in school, and because of the fact that she was bullied, she was a very smart student that had a dream of becoming a lawyer or a doctor. But because of the bullying, she could not focus on the studies, and she became a dropout. In the end, she became a killer and had to bully another child who had grown up to become a lawyer, that you must represent me. I know you were not one of my bullies, but you were a bystander. You could have done something to protect me, but you did not do anything. You could have said something. Remember we talked about see something, say something. You could have said something that would shield me, and in turn shield my future. I had a dream to become a doctor, to become a lawyer. I could have been the lawyer in your shoes now. It might not have been you, because I was the best student. But you were only able to become the best student because I was taken out of the picture via bullies. So now it is your turn to make sure I don't go to jail. It was a very messy situation. But then I looked at it. Yes, she was able to save her from going to jail. She was able to speak on her behalf, letting the judge know all the things she went through. Yes, she was able to reduce her sentence and all that. But then, does that return the future that has been stolen from her? I know they say yes, it's not too late to start. Yes, it's not too late to start. But can that time that has been stolen, can it be given back to her on a platter? It can't be given back. That time is gone, and it's forever gone. And that's the more reason why we need to start now. It is urgent. It's an urgent call to action. We need to start now, right now. Because tomorrow will be too late. Now let's see safeguarding as leadership. As a leader of wherever you find yourself, as a leader, it takes the courage to act. Yes, it takes courage to really act. But you have to act. You have to act. You have to put in place measures. Some schools are even putting in place whistleblowing measures. If you don't want to come to me, go to it. If you feel that you don't want to come to us, they have the safeguarding lead. They have the deputy safeguarding lead. That once safeguarding matters come up, because it's not a matter that you have to tell everybody. Go straight to either the DSL or the DDSL. Speak to them. Now, if you feel like they're not taking the matter the way they ought to, because they ought to take up the matter, and they also know the right authorities to speak with, to work with, to settle the matter, to make sure that there is no issue. But if you feel like they are not handling this matter the way they should handle the matter, there are whistleblowing policies. You can speak to an external body anonymously and it will be handled. As a leader, you have to properly train your staff. I talked about the DDSL, the DSL. You need to train your staff. If it's the designated safeguarding lead, the person needs to receive enough training to know what to do in the case of safeguarding or even child protection issues. They need to know the right bodies to call, to work with when an issue arises. Because we cannot say, oh, it cannot happen here. Those places that it happens, they don't have two heads. It can happen anywhere. It can happen to anybody. And it can happen at any time. So you need to properly train your staff. The ones that are not the DSL or the DDSL, they should know how to identify the signs. We already talked about identifying the signs. They should know how to identify the signs. They should know what to do immediately after identifying the signs. When a child comes, makes a disclosure, they should know how to question the child. You cannot afford to be asking leading questions. I feel pains in my private parts. Did anybody sleep with you? That's a leading question. You should not be asking that. What happened to you? Tell me exactly how it happened. And you take notes. Or you make a mental calculation. Or a mental note about it. But you don't ask the child like you're interviewing the child. You don't put ideas into the child's head. You let the child relate the story to you exactly how they can, not from you. Don't give them ideas. Don't supply them vocabulary. But these things are only known through trainings. Properly train your staff. Cultural sensitivity. I once taught in a school where, in fact, it's a country where boys are put in a different class and girls are put in a different class. And when I got there, because in my own country, it's either you have boys school, girls school, finish. You won't have a mixed school and then boys will be in different class and girls will be in different class. And then, in my own country, they will tell you, don't hug a child, but you can simply give high five. High five is safe. But over there, you cannot, as a female, you cannot give a male high five. You cannot even make skin contacts. You can't. That's where cultural sensitivity comes in. You have to know what this culture says and what this culture says. There's one funny thing I learned online. In a particular culture, when they give you food and you finish it, the host is very happy. He enjoyed my food. In a different culture, they give you food and you finish it. They also look at you like this. This person must be a grouper. Now, can you see? Where cultural sensitivity matters. Because if you're coming from a culture where you have to finish the food and you get to the other culture, they're looking at you like this. Who is this person? Where is he from? Does he not eat at home? Or you're coming from this other culture and you come here and you don't finish the food. Like, this person is so wasteful. You just notice that the next time you visit them, they won't offer you food. And it's not like they are being wicked. They just don't want you to waste their food. Not knowing that you actually did not know. Another one. In a particular culture, if they serve you tea, you drink pim and pepper. No sound. Another culture, you have to slop. Because if you don't slop, she can look at you like this. I don't think she likes this tea. I don't think she enjoyed it. But when you slop, she enjoyed it. Do you want more? But in this other culture, if you slop, where's she from? Cultural sensitivity. The world has become a global village. And that's the more reason why we need to understand the culture, the traditions of the other party, of other people. So we know how best to help them. So that in the aspect of, in the process of helping, we don't buy markets. You know what Yoruba will say, buy markets. You don't fall into trouble. And it will just be an innocent blunder. But that could cause a lot of trouble. We don't want that. So a leader has to be sensitive, culturally sensitive. A leader has to build strong policies that ensure the well-being of the child. They need to let the children know that they are heard. They are seen. We see you. We hear you. We feel your pain. Whatever you say to, we understand. They need to build strong policies to protect the children. Accountability. They need to hold themselves, the workers that work with them, with the children, the entire process that they have set up. They need to hold them accountable to ensure that these children are actually well cared for. Now let's look at safeguarding as emotional well-being. I already talked about safeguarding not being only protection of the child from harm. No, it's not. It's not just protection of the child from harm. You're protecting the child from harm, yes. But you're also ensuring that this child is okay mentally, physically, psychologically, sexually, socially. The child is okay. There are some children, their parents will only tell them, go and read, go and read, go and read, go and read. Social skills, zero. They cannot make friends. On the playground, you see them. And the teacher said, you don't want to play? I don't feel like playing. I don't want to go for break. Can I just please stay in class and read a book? Can I just draw? Can I just go and play, mix? They can't. Social skills, zero. But when it comes to academics, they are flying. No. That's not a well-rounded child. We owe them to be well-rounded. And we need to understand that an emotionally balanced child is usually more expressive. They're more expressive. That's why sometimes you see some children, you will ask yourself, wait, are we playing 21 questions? Because as they're asking one, you've not finished answering that one, they're asking another, auntie, this, uncle, and they are just bombarding you. They're curious, their minds are still, they are still at alert, their minds are still vibrant. They've not been clouded or brought down by the burden of abuse. Emotionally balanced children are more expressive. We need children who are socially stable. We need children who are resilient. Children who are willing to learn, who are more confident, and all these things can only be gotten when those children are well safeguarded. That's how they can only be gotten, when they are well safeguarded. And that's why our policies must be strong. And we must be consistent with it. Because that's when we actually give these children the true freedom that they deserve. Now this is a call to everyone. We've already talked about where we all come in. This is a giant jigsaw puzzle where everyone's input makes it a full picture. And now everyone knows what they need to do to ensure that we have a beautiful picture. When there is strong safeguarding and child protection culture, the children flourish. They naturally flourish. And we need to remember that it is our duty, it is our responsibility, and it is what we can give to them as humans. Let's remember that children are gifts. They are gifts from God. And they are the carriers of tomorrow's hopes. The dreams of tomorrow, the innovation of tomorrow, the leadership of tomorrow, everything lies on these children. So every child deserves love. Every child deserves protection. Every child deserves dignity. And every child deserves safety. Let's remember one more time what Nelson Mandela said. He said there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than in the way it treats its children. We need to keep this in mind. The way we treat our children. A society's soul must be pure. It must be compassionate and it must be protective of these children. Our homes must be a safe haven for these children to dwell in. Our schools must be a shield that protects these children from any form of abuse. Our community must become guardians. It's not a matter of who be master. It's not a matter of every man to his own. No. We must become guardians. Now we need to also remember that when we're talking about safeguarding and child protection, we're not just talking about about policies. It's not just about policies being put in place. No. We're talking about moral responsibility. We're talking about acts of humanity. We're talking about building a foundation for a safe world. It is not a policy. Neither is it a requirement. Let us protect every child. Let us speak for them. Let us act for them. Because in protecting the children, we are protecting our future. Thank you very much for listening. Right now, I will be passing the mic on to the next speaker.
Thank you very much for the wonderful speech. There are certain topics in our society that many people knows about, yet very few truly understand. It is a social issue affecting individuals, society, community. That is why it is very important for us to understand what it is. HIV. HIV, human immune deficiency virus. Firstly, HIV is not death sentence. Anyone with HIV can live a proper life, in as much as he or she is taking his medication right. They can live long and stay healthy, yes. Having HIV does not mean, no, you have a short lifespan or something, no. Anyone with HIV can stay healthy and live long. HIV is a virus that attacks the human system It attacks our immune system, especially the white blood cells, also known as the CD4 cell, which helps to fight infections and diseases. When HIV enters our body untreated, it leads to AIDS, acquired immune deficiency syndrome, which is the advanced stage of HIV. You be like, HIV, yes. There are different ways HIV can be transmitted. We have different ways HIV can be transmitted. Unprotected sex, unprotected sexual intercourse is one of the reasons HIV can be transmitted. Having sex with a stranger, someone you know nothing about, example, a prostitute that they just sleep around, there is high risk of them being transmitted with HIV. I can also say blood transfusion. Blood transfusion is one of the ways HIV can be transmitted. That is why it is important for medical personnel to do their screening well before collecting blood from one patient to the other, to avoid the transmission of HIV from an uninfected person to an infected person. Also, I can also say from mother to child, yes. From mother to child, during pregnancy, during childbirth, during breastfeeding, HIV can be transmitted. HIV can spread through certain body fluid. It can be spread through blood fluid, through semen fluid, through vaginal fluid, through breastfeeding. There are some certain ways HIV cannot be transmitted. Sitting next to an infected person, it's not possible. How will you tell me sitting next to an infected person, they are going to contact it like that? It is not possible. But because people don't have the knowledge, they feel, oh, this person has HIV, me sitting next to the person, or shaking the person, or eating together. It is not possible. You can't contact this virus from eating together, shaking hands, sitting together, sharing the same toilet. It can't be transmitted that way. No. There are signs and symptoms of HIV. There are many signs and symptoms of HIV. I would like to tell you a story about Maria. Maria is a girl, a secondary school girl. She's in secondary school. She just feel feverish and all. So her mom told her, let's visit the doctor. Eventually, she visits the doctor and she was tested with that she was diagnosed. And at the end of the day, she came positive with HIV. And in a small village whereby there is no secret, everybody in the village already knows she has HIV/AIDS. People are like, don't go next to her. She's HIV positive. Oh. Don't go next to her. She's HIV positive. No. But she took the opportunity. She went to the university. She became a doctor. She called young children in the village and she lectured them, she counseled them that having HIV does not mean you die young, does not mean you can't live elderly, does not mean you can't interact with people. No. You can do what everybody else are doing. It is just that you can't share your blood with somebody. You can't share the same sharp objects with somebody. But you can eat together, you can talk together, you can gist together. You can share the same room together. Which brings me back to my signs and symptoms of HIV. Number 1, frequent fever. Yes, frequent fever is one of the signs and symptoms of HIV. Skin rashes, it is also one of the signs of HIV. Night sweat, it is also one of the signs and symptoms of HIV. Note, you can only be sure these signs is for HIV only if you are being tested. So it is advisable that regardless of you seeing these signs, don't just imagine in your head that, oh, I have these signs, oh, the person is HIV positive due to the fact that he or she has the signs. Get yourself tested. Go to an hospital, be tested before you can just confirm that, okay, this person is HIV positive. Don't just imagine it in your head that, oh, this is HIV positive. There are ways to prevent HIV. Yes, there are many ways to prevent HIV. Number 1, be faithful to your partner. Don't be like, oh, I'm in Oyo State, my partner is in Ondo, let me just cheat before he's back. Don't do that, because the person you want to cheat with, you don't even know the status of the person. Don't cheat. Stay faithful to your partner. It is very important. It is just for your own health, for your own sake. Abstinence, yes. As a child, below 18 years, even those are above 18 years that you are still single, you don't have a fiancé, you don't have an husband yet, don't say let me just fornicate small. You can't say, you don't know the person you want to cheat with. You don't know the person. It is very risky. And as husband and wife, use of protection, yes, you can't say. You can't say yes. You can just use blade that is being used by your colleague at work, whereas he or she is infected and you did not know. Unprotected sex. Please, let's prevent it. Also, proper care to pregnant women. Yes, it's very important because of the child. You can still protect the child in case you know early that, no, this person is HIV positive. If she knows early, there is high probability that the child will not be infected. Yes. That is why it is advisable that immediately you take in, you should start antenatal. They will do the necessary test for you. They know what to do. It is also applies to hepatitis B. These things are very, very important. Get yourself tested. Immediately you know I'm pregnant, I've taken in. Get yourself tested. Then regular checkup. Even we that we are single, let's check ourselves at least every six months. Let's go for checkup. It is very important. No matter how you feel, oh, I'm protecting myself, you can't say. You don't even know who is beside you. These things, people don't say it out. It is not possible for me to be HIV positive, and I should tell you, even if you are my friend, it is always very, very rare. Something happens to me when I went to Kwara Poly, yes, during my NG days. A friend of mine is a guy. We only notice he takes drugs at night. And after taking this drug, no matter what, if you give him anything, he will not collect it from us. So fast forward to 2019, when I went to do my CWES at Adodota local government. So I was assigned to be in the lab, yes. So it happens that we used to collect blood samples of HIV patients, viral load. So this my friend, I just noticed one of the woman that used to give people the drugs, yes. So she came to our office and handed over the drugs to us that we should take, that we should give it to one of the patients. So I was not looking at that drug, that this drug looked very familiar and all. I was surprised. I said, this particular drug, I've seen it with somebody, but I don't really know what it's used for. To cut the long story short, I later realized that my friend is the one taking the drugs. So you can't say, no, you can't just say, it's not possible for me to be HIV positive and you expect me to come and meet you. I will not tell you, no matter how close we are. Because these things, they used to use it to abuse somebody, yes. At the end of the day, they will gossip, see your friend, Kimi, she's HIV positive. Better be careful with her. So we have to be very careful. Let's do checkup regularly, please. It is very important. And I want to ask a question. Do you really think HIV can be cured? Anyone? Presently, there is no complete cure for HIV, but there is a way we can manage it with the use of medicine called antiretroviral drug. Antiretroviral drug reduce the amount of virus in the body. It helps reduce the amount of people that can be infected through us. It helps HIV patients stay healthy. Yes, it helps them stay healthy. It strengthens their immune system. It also reduces the risk of spreading the virus. And that brings me to the effect of HIV. What do you think is the effect of HIV? Anyone? Okay. Okay. Yeah. I say impact on daily life, as she said. Financial, it can drain you financially, yes. It used to drain a lot. Immune system damage is one of the effects, because a person that is HIV positive, he or she, her immune is already low. That is why it is very important for them to use their drug, because if they are not careful, any disease used to infect them easily. Tuberculosis, it used to infect them easily. That is why it is important for us to be very, very careful. HIV is not a child's play. It is not a disease like, okay, malaria, when I use drug, it's gone. No, it is different. Conclusively, an individual, as individual and society, we must choose knowledge over ignorance, prevention over carelessness, and compassion over discrimination. Yes, it is important. Prevention is better than cure. Why can't you prevent it? As you all know, there is no cure yet for HIV. So why can't you just prevent yourself? Why can't you abstain from unprotected sex? Why can't you stay faithful to your partner? Why? As a pregnant woman, why can't you go for checkups to prevent your baby? It is very, very important for us to be, we have to prevent ourselves. It is very, very important, because at the end of the day, it's going to be our burden to carry. No one will carry it for you. You'll be the one stigmatized. You'll be the one with the virus. That is why it's important for you to be very, very careful, extraordinarily careful. Don't just take sharp object from just anybody. Be careful. Be very, very careful. Lastly, HIV is not spread by friendship, but it can be fought through awareness, responsibility, and compassion. Right now, I would like to hand over the mic to the next speaker.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning. So today I'll be speaking on sometimes you just have to let go. Yes, you know, there are some times when we hold on to a lot of things, thinking we need those things. And I'm going to ask a question. How many of us have failed publicly before? You've tried something, you've done something publicly, but you failed at it in front of a large audience. Anybody? Well, thank you, because I can also relate to that. I have another story, say another secondary school story, in fact, another embarrassing secondary school story. I was thinking about it last week and I said, I think I have a lot of embarrassing stories from my secondary school. Now, I went to a very small school. If you can relate to that kind of school, a school that it's so small that everybody knew everybody. The teachers, they knew everybody, they know your parents, very small. So if you do something embarrassing, what that means is not half of the school that we know. The whole population in that school, we know what you have done wrong. And that time, it was during a choreography, a Christmas carol. So what happened was that I was somebody that loved to participate in quite a lot of activities in my school. Whether there was end of the year party, Christmas carol, I was always there. Always ready to do a lot of things, join the choir, join the drama. And this day, it was during the Christmas carol, and I decided to join the choreography. Everybody was excited, I was excited. We started practicing. And on that day, we started, we were excited. And choreography is an activity of synchronization, if you don't understand. What that means is that we have to be moving the same way at the same time. And we all got our lines right, our steps right, until we got to the middle. And some parents entered through the other door that was very close to the stage. And at that moment, I missed my step. I missed my step and I was not in line with what other people were doing on that stage. And what made it more embarrassing was that other people that were there started laughing. Students, I mean, they would laugh. What you've done is something unthinkable. They started laughing, and I felt so embarrassed, so sad, and I was so angry at myself. It wasn't that I didn't practice with them. It wasn't that I did not know the step to take. But that single distraction, that single loss of focus made me to miss my step, and I was not in sync with my colleagues on that stage. And in the midst of that embarrassment, in the midst of that sadness, I asked myself a question. Because after that day, I said I was not going to do anything on stage again. That would be the end of it. But I asked myself a question that day to understand the reason why I missed my step. Why did that thing happen? And that is why I will introduce a term to you, which is called awareness gap. Now, at that time, I did not know that is what I did. But there's something called awareness gap. Because, you know, in life, growth is not you denying that you fail. Growth is you sitting down and asking yourself, why did this happen? Why did I fail? That is growth. Awareness gap is the distance between what happened and what you understand. What did you learn from what happened? That is awareness gap. And the more your awareness gap, the wider your awareness gap, the more you will be able to learn from that thing that happened. But when your awareness gap is so close, what happens is that you have the tendency of repeating that thing, of repeating the same pattern, and of making that same mistake. Many people think, oh, why is it looking like I keep failing at this? I keep failing at this. The question is not that you keep failing at this. The question is, what have you been doing wrong? What have you been doing wrong? And that is where you need to sit down and ask yourself that question. You know, because the biggest thing that can happen to somebody is not understanding the reason why they are failing at a thing. So I needed to have that self-awareness then, and I thank God I was able to have it. And that's what the first point I am putting out to you. When anything happens to you in life, it is not to have a fixed mindset about it. No, it's not to have a fixed mindset and then ask yourself, maybe I'm not cut out for this. Maybe this line of job is not mine. Maybe this career, I'm not too good for it. Maybe I'm not too brilliant for it. No. You have to take a stock and ask yourself, is it lack of appropriate skill? Is it lack of enough information about it? The self-awareness will make you to understand the next step to take instead of accepting that as your final decision. And so, when that happened on that stage, I said, I will not take part in choreography again. Now, I need you to understand something, because one thing that many people mix up together is giving up and letting go. I said my topic is sometimes you have to let go. Giving up is not the same thing as letting go. When you give up, what you do is to tell yourself you have failed at that thing. When you give up, it means you walk away in shame, in defeat. When you give up, it means you tell yourself 1001 reasons why you are not good at that thing. But when you let go, letting go is more deliberate, is more strategic. Letting go is saying, maybe I should channel this energy into another endeavor. Maybe I should channel my energy into something else. Letting go is not you going away from something because of fear. And let me give you a practical tip that can help you to understand whether you are giving up on something or you are letting go. How do you do that? You just have to ask yourself this question. Why am I moving away from this thing? Is it because of fear? Is it because I am afraid? Or is it because I have understand that I need to invest my energy in something else? The answer, the truthful answer you are able to get will determine what you are going to do. Because if you leave that thing because of fear, because you are afraid, you are giving up, and you shouldn't give up. If this is the career that you want, you know in your heart of heart, you are clear about it, but you keep on writing the professional exam and you keep on maybe getting below the average score, but you know you have that clarity, you are not choosing that career because your friend is at that line of work. You are not choosing that career because you think your parents asked you to do that. You know this is your passion, this is what you want to do. So if you are failing, don't let us even call it failing. If maybe you are short of few marks to get that professional certification, that does not mean you should give up. That does not mean you should give up. So, when I said I wasn't going to do choreography again, it wasn't giving up. It was letting go. It was saying, I think I have issue with me being on the stage and having to be coordinated. If it is something that I know when I get there, I can talk and just go with the flow. But a choreography is something you've already mastered. And so when anything comes on the stage that distracts you, you are quick to forget what you have mastered. So it's just having that realization. Because another thing that can help us to understand letting go and giving up is when you have clarity. And I think I will move to, why is it that it is very difficult for a lot of people to let go? Why is it that we try to hold on to things that are not really serving us? Because having understand the difference between letting go and giving up now, and there are some times that you really truly need to let go. There are some friendships that it's already one-sided. You yourself, you know. You are the only one investing in that friendship. Is taking a lot from you than giving. It's not even equal. It's not give and take. It's already one-sided. Maybe a business that it's glaring that, okay, you may have to try something else. It could be a workplace. Some workplace that instead of you to be developing, rather you are even diminishing in your emotional stability. You know that this is supposed to be the next step, but why is it that it is difficult for us to let go? Why is it that most times we try to hold on to things with our two hands, and it's not even affecting us from getting other things with any free hand? We do not have free hands to get new things. One reason is many people think of the time that they have invested in that thing. Where will I start from after all these years? That's one of the reasons why people hold on to things that we are not supposed to hold on to. Time that you've invested. But time, of course, is priceless. We shouldn't look at the number of years or the number of months you've invested in that. What should be at the forefront of yourself is the future.